Well, hello, we've done it. Here we are. We are streaming. Oh man, I'm just realizing, just like in this moment, I feel like I haven't said a word in like 3 days. Isn't that interesting? That on Monday, I went to the Painted Lady, sang some music. There is absolutely a budding music scene here in Toronto. It's absolutely happening. It's way bigger and better than it was before COVID. And I feel like I'm having the absolute privilege of watching it happen. And I want to be involved in it. Peanut Butter Beatrice, good to see you. And the Painted Lady is absolutely going to be at the heart, or at least one of the main venues for this emerging music scene. Like, I'm seeing people go up and play stuff that is as good as any band from the 90s. I saw a group that went up and they were like that alternative grunge rock. They had their own original, and then they did a couple of songs from System of a Down. And I thought that their original was their strongest piece, and they were excellent. Like, they were really, truly excellent. If they had been around in the 90s, you would know their name already, and I'm sure of it. And there's all kinds of people like this. There's just like literally a random woman who works in a coffee shop singing something as good as like Fiona Apple. Like, it's just it is actually incredible to see. And then there's just like all kinds of different people focusing on all kinds of different stuff. And then I go up and do my piece. And I'm kind of like the country guy, I suppose. I'm more like the John Denver type, right? And I'm fine with that. I'm a Manitoban. It's in my heart. And so I fit in by not fitting in. Like, I'm my own thing, and everyone else is their own thing. And so we all fit in together because we don't fit in together. We're the misfits, it seems like. But it's emerging, and it's a beautiful thing to see. It's happening in spite of the disaster that we're all experiencing. In a funny kind of way, it's like more and more people are accepting that the system of capital is never going to deliver, that it can't deliver. And so now more and more people are saying, well, if the system of capital cannot deliver and will not deliver, then we have to, or are willing to, I suppose, pursue our own desires and our own thoughts and we know we'll never get paid for it. And it's like I continuously say that any benefit that you're seeing in your life in this modern society is in spite of capitalism and not because of it, which just shows you how much further along we could actually be if we all just abandoned ship on this ridiculous system that doesn't really work for anybody, and not even for the people who are making money, right? Not even for the people who are making money. That's the part about it that I think is the craziest. Like, I saw a clip. It's the saddest clip I think I've seen of a billionaire. It was Elon Musk playing a video game, and his chat was just loaded with people insulting him and like mocking him. And he died to like the tutorial boss and then logged off while he was listening to Grimes. It's just like a deeply, deeply sad man. Like, just a deeply sad man being as sad as possible. And speaking of sad things, here's the greatest transition I've ever seen in my life. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit distracted because my Twitch is acting up. Oh, here's a good thing to point out. I was banned off of Twitch for my last stream. Content, good to see you. Austin, good to see you. Hull, always a pleasure. I was banned off of Twitch for my last stream because I had the temerity to call a Nazi before banning him. And I appealed it. And good news, on that appeal, it went through, and they apologized for the mistake on their end. And so, from my perspective, that means that a robot, basically, was like, flagged what I had said, and probably the person who I banned reported me, because that's something fascists like to do. And so I got flagged, right? And I said to them in my appeal, I was like, look, if you want to protect Nazis, like if you want Nazi to be a protected word, if you want to make it so that calling a Nazi is something that you want to protect, then you should say so in your terms of service. And I think that they probably took a look at that and thought to themselves, I don't think we should be protecting Nazis. I don't think that protecting Nazis is a good position to hold. And so we're back. We're back on Twitch. Good to see you, Twitch. Hope you're doing well. I hope I get people in. We'll see how it goes. I've probably been shadow banned. That's sort of my expectation whenever I have that kind of interaction, right, is that I get shadow banned. Because they're just like, well, we still don't like that he's saying things like that. It's like, okay, just go ahead and protect the Nazis. That's fine. Enlightened centrism. It's the path to hell. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, by now Trump must have hiked the tariff to 200% for China. This is getting interesting. Yeah, it's going to be a war. Like, it is. It's just going to be a war. The Americans are too stupid. They don't know what else to do. They think that they can halt the rise of China, and they can't. Vladimir Putin is outright openly mocking them for their attempts. They will lose. And we're seeing America move troops into position against Iran, their actions against the Houthis. They're starting to mobilize more in the Southeast China Sea. It's too late. It's just too late. The Chinese military is designed for a conflict right now. The American military is designed for a conflict in 1983. America's entire military has been restructured and geared towards terrorizing the Middle East. That's what its entire military apparatus exists to do. Is just to be a terrorist force where you can take an aircraft carrier and just put it on the coast of Yemen, and just have jets just fly and bombers fly off the aircraft carrier, and there's nothing they can do about it. Right? That's the whole point, is to have this aircraft carrier that's way far away that they can't possibly get at, and then just terrorize them with planes from there. Have your Marines go in, right? Hire some CIA death squads to go through the streets of Kabul and just shoot children and shit, right? Just be a terrorist entity, right? It's not going to work against China. It's just not going to work against China, right? China, can you imagine if America tried to roll up on China with an aircraft carrier? It would be donezo finito before it even got within range. The Chinese would just blow it up with missile systems. And so the Americans aren't going to have very much success against China if and when it comes to blows. And I think that it is something of an inevitability. I can't tell you where the battleground will be, right? Likely it will be over Iran. That seems to me to be quite likely, that Iran is going to be considered by all players, Russia, China, America, Israel, is going to be considered a linchpin. Whoever controls Iran and whoever Iran is working for is going to be who is considered on top of the game, right? And right now Iran is working with China, right? That's the situation that we're looking at. And so, and Israel wants Iran to be destroyed. America only wants what Israel wants. America's not really a conscious being right now. We're watching a society kind of come into a glimmering consciousness, There is a interesting poll that I saw here. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. An interesting poll that I saw here. Yeah. This illustrates a shifting. This indicates a shifting perception, a raising consciousness, right? That negative views of Israel have risen in the United States. They're only at 53%, so it's only a little over the majority, right? But that's still 1 and 2, right? And it shows you the clear divide that obviously exists in American society. That half the population are like, oh, this is a genocidal nightmare. And then the other half are like, I don't know what they're like. They're just like, we like genocide, I guess. Genocide is fine, I suppose. They're just in denial about it, one hopes. Jeff, good to see you. Joe, good to see you too. Bound over on Twitch makes a fair point, which is U.S. doesn't need to use aircraft carriers for China. They have military bases circling China. If you look at those military bases, they're mainly just refilling ports and like depots, right? Like they're not huge naval bases. It's not a place where you could park a whole lot of hardware. They're like places where you would go refuel stuff. I looked at this maybe 3 or 4 years ago, maybe even longer than that now. Jeez, time flies. Like, can you believe COVID was 5 years ago, guys? Like, COVID was 5 years ago. Like, geez Louise, what the hell? Okay, so but in the research that I've done on this particular issue, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, a lot of those military bases are literally just like for frog hopping, right? For just like getting from one place to another, refuel station, re-ammo stations, that kind of thing. And Bound does point out there's almost 400,000 active duty military stationed around China. Sounds like a big number, right? Sounds like a big number. Not that impressive, frankly. Like, only sounds only how to say this really appropriately, right? Like don't get me wrong, I think America can do a lot of damage, right? Like, America will be able to blow things up the way that they always do. But with China, I just don't think they understand exactly what they're wading into. And that, to me, I think is the biggest piece of the puzzle. It's the thing that I continuously focus on. Gabriel, how are you? Like, since World War II, America has either been fighting strictly inferior forces or unwilling enemies. Like, the Soviets are pretty unwilling most of the time. Like, the Soviets are pretty like, I don't know. There's a lot of that going on in the decision making when it comes to Russia and the Soviets generally. And America is used to just rolling into a place that doesn't have a navy or a standing army, really, and just, murdering children in the streets. That's what America is used to. I think that if and when they pick a fight with China, and this is why I highly recommend, and I constantly say it, that America trying to pick a fight with China through Taiwan is an enormous military blunder. Just an enormous military blunder, like literally giving their queen away for nothing on a chessboard. Just absolutely total, complete blunder. And Emily, good to see you. The reason why I say it's a blunder is that public perception, global perception of the American military is still that the American military is this formidable force, right? Look how many military bases it has. Look how many people that they have, right? People who are inside the military and who have spent time within the military and who are critical of the military, the American military, will point out that the American military has largely become administrative, that it's in many ways the paper tiger that Mao always said it was, that they're really good at beating up unarmed civilians. That seems to be what their primary focus is. And so when America picked a fight with Russia over Ukraine, Russia was like really unwilling to get involved in that, and really unwilling to put boots on the ground, and really unwilling to actually do anything, and really, really unwilling to participate in that until finally it's like pulling teeth, right? Like they just finally they go, okay, I suppose we've got to do something serious, I guess. And then they finally do it. China will not act that way. Like, this to me is the big misunderstanding, and the thing that people are just, anytime I talk to anybody who has like who wants to give a little bit of credibility or a little bit of credence to the American military in regards to its coming conflict with China, like, you're really misunderstanding what's happening in China. You're just really misunderstanding it. That China is not going to commit its resources and its military forces in this kind of like, oh, I don't know, I guess, I mean, if we've got, no, that's not what it's going to look like, right? That like, and the Taiwan issue is case in point. It's the reason why I think the Americans should not push on that, because it will be a consciousness-raising moment for everyone. It'll be this enormous, amazing, incredible, scary, terrifying consciousness raising moment, where when the Chinese pull the trigger, like, let's say the Taiwanese leadership actually attempts to declare its independence. Let's say the Taiwanese leadership continues to allow American diplomats and American arms onto its soil until finally China goes, this is enough, right? Like, once the line is crossed, right? Like, once the red line is crossed, China will snap its fingers, the entire military force will activate, and they will move in exactly the manner that they've been training for since 1949. And they will invade Taiwan in a manner that makes Putin's invasion of Ukraine look like baby's first invasion. Like, it won't be close. It will be swift, and it will be so fast and overwhelming and dominant that the Americans are gonna really go, oh. Like, it's going to really put people back on their heels. And the entire world will see it happen. And people won't talk about it this way because people will be in a heightened state of emotions. But I will be happy to point out when it happens, hey, look how clean they did that. Like, look how swiftly that happened. Look how they just went bop bop and it just happened. And then a year out, right after the invasion, I'll be the first one to point out, like, hey, you notice how there isn't like an uprising or something happening in Taiwan, right? There isn't like a resistance movement. That China has just integrated it. It's just integrated into China now, right? And I'm sure there's plenty of people grumbling, but I mean, it's over. It's not like when America invaded Iraq. Mission accomplished, right? Yeah, right. Like, where's the quagmire? So, my big caution, and the reason why I'm hitting this is because I want anybody else to start talking about it. Like, nobody else talks about it. Nobody else points it out. Nobody else is willing to actually, like, peel this back and actually peer into it and look at it and say it for what it is. But when the Chinese take Taiwan, it'll happen in a day. Like, it's not going to be close. The Americans will piss themselves over it. And everybody, it will be the sharpest decline in American prestige, military prestige, since the invasion of Iraq, at least. Like, it will diminish the power of America in the eyes of the world immediately. Like, immediately. Because it can't do anything else. It has to do it. And the only way it could go any other way is if China fumbles the bag. And they're not going to. They've been training for that very moment since 1949, if not earlier. Like, they've been training and building a military specifically to do exactly the thing I just described for over 60 years. They're not going to fumble the bag. Like, they're going to go in there and they're going to own Taiwan. They already do. Right? So they're not going to have that challenged. And, like, I just don't think the Americans are ready for it. I don't think they're prepared. I certainly don't think that Pete Hegseth saying we're going to increase military spending to $1 trillion. Like, I know what we'll do. Let's make everyone poor. Let's cut everybody's Social Security. Let's fire a bunch of veterans. Let's make prices go skyrocketing high and make it so people can't pay rent. And we'll cut everything across the board except military expenditure. Like, what do we think is going to happen here? Like, what do we expect? So, I think that we have entered into bumbling clown territory. Like, the things that these guys are doing are so short-sighted and so simple-minded and so selfish, just so nakedly selfish, that they can't result in success for the nation, like on a national level. They just can't. They can't equate to success. It's not at all possible, right? Like the whole tariff war that's happening, right? This whole tariff war, like, it's people don't want to actually acknowledge it, really. Like, they don't want to say it. Even Trump's biggest critics are still standing there saying and trying to justify his actions and trying to give reason and say, okay, well, he's doing this because of this. Like, he said that it's going to be short-term losses for long-term gains. We're going to return manufacturing back to America, right? All of these different justifications, and depending on who you talk to within the administration, there's a different justification, right? So it's just throwing a ball against a wall, seeing what sticks kind of stuff. And no one actually wants to plant their flag on what is obviously true, which is that Trump wants to make money for Trump. And that's full stop. Like, that's complete, total full stop. Like, no further justification. He doesn't care about manufacturing coming back to America. He doesn't care about the long-term longevity of America. He doesn't give a shit at all. Trump wants money for Trump. That's the only reason he's doing any of this. And what he is engaging us all in is just one big, gigantic pump and dump scheme. He wants to create conditions to bankrupt small fish, right? Make smaller players have to get out of the game so that he can buy assets on the cheap for himself and for his inner circle, right? For his buddies. And then the moment he's satisfied with how many assets that he's picked up, or the moment he no longer has any more liquidity by which to pick up more assets, well, then he'll do what he can to just pump it back up, and the line go back up again, and suddenly he'll be like, oh, wow, all those assets I bought for cheap, now they're worth so much more all of a sudden because I'm the fucking president of the United States, and this is obviously an insider trading pump and dump scheme. Like just being nakedly presented to you as if it's normal politics. Like, and it's just sort of like, it's just sort of odd that no one is willing to say it. I think that's the thing. I'm like looking around. I'm looking at like my like people I respect, people I like. And I'm just like, why aren't you saying the thing that's obvious? Why are we constantly circling the drain on this? Like, why are we constantly trying to find a way to describe this outside of the way that's obviously correct, which is that Trump cares about Trump and no one else. Wants money for Trump. This is a pump and dump scheme. It's just happening at the presidential level. Like, we got people coming in. Garden State, good to see you. Oddity, good to see you too. Kevin, yeah, smash that MNFN button. Austin writes, how's it going? I've been seeing you be more active on TikTok. I'm trying. I'm pretty soft on TikTok, frankly. I'm pretty like on TikTok. I know I've been shadow banned there. My live access has been restricted. I'm a little tempted to like just scrap that account and restart again, but it's just like, bleh. That's what it's like on TikTok. Bleh. Like getting banned on Twitch for calling a Nazi is bad enough, but like when the Nazis actually run the platform. Peanut Butter Beatrice, love John Denver. Yep, John Denver. What a champion. Content writes, my shift just started. Might have to dip out. I'm just glad you're here, bud. Glad to see you. Hull writes, the pause on the tariffs is straight insider trading. Trump is currently getting accused of that. Yeah. Like, nothing's going to happen, obviously. Like, he doesn't care. You know? Like, he's such a prolific liar that, like, at this point, what do we think his like idea of legacy is? Like, is he even aware that he's going to die? Do you think? Like, do you think that he's actually aware of the moment of his own death even? And if he is, it's just simply got to be the case that he views, and this is the way with all powerful men and all men that are bought into the idea of power, is that their sons become their legacy, that they live on, like, instead of being able to gain immortality, you just have a son, and that's the way that you become immortal, is your son has a son has a son has a son. It's just like copies of yourself, and so this desire for immortality, which is just like this incredibly narcissistic worldview and position to hold, is somehow sated because look at how much money I'm going to give my son. And like, Donald Trump's sons are going to be like the new princes of the feudal era that comes into America. And there's going to be a handful of them. And Donald Trump wants to make sure that his sons are well positioned. And it's highly likely that his eldest son is going to take a run at being the president. He's been training for it. You can see it. You just, for some reason, I'm completely. It's not Eric. It's not Eric Trump. It's the other one, the one with the dark hair. But he has like vocal coaching, and like and every single time he stands in front of an audience, he's slightly better than the time before, and he's quite young still, so he's got time, right? And like, I feel like once Donald Trump goes, his son is going to try really hard to just sneak right in there, right? Which will probably work, right? It'll probably work. People love Machiavellian politics, man. And it just follows the Machiavellian line perfectly. Like, Justin Trudeau was elected because he had his father's name, right? The next Trump will be elected because he has his father's name. And it works until it doesn't. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, methinks China will prove a bit too large a mouthful of Dead Sea fruit for even Trump to chew. Yeah, I just think that America, like, all dying empires make stupid military decisions. All dying empires make stupid military decisions. And getting involved militarily with China somehow is a stupid military decision. And yeah, Anemone's correct. They failed in Bangladesh, Vietnam. Yeah, at some points, we Bangladesh were fighting with whatever we could find. They still couldn't destroy us. Yeah. Joe writes, there has to be a fraction of military brass who know better. I don't really have faith in the American military. Like, the invasion of Iraq was really stupid. Like, the whole war on terror era was just complete stupidity at the highest possible level. Like, instead of taking any amount of that money, any amount of that time and resources, any amount of that personnel, and funneling it into strengthening domestic institutions, you just committed yourself to this utter war of folly, just total folly. Like, what have they gained? And even if they gained what it was they thought they would, is it worth it? Like, are we winning, son? Like, the answer is obviously no. Like, America didn't win anything. It's just becoming more and more of a pariah in the world. And more people are seeing, yeah, we got to get away from these guys. It's pretty brutal. Anemone, not with all the microplastics, COVID, and everything else in our environment making people dumber. Yeah, don't you feel like the universe is just trying to be like, okay, you guys need to, like, we just need to get it so that you can't operate machinery anymore. We need to return you back to the intelligence of, like, a dog. You gotta just, you had your moment. That was fun while it lasted. Maybe we'll give the octopi a chance. Like, just seems to me like the universe is like, okay, the monkeys were interesting for a minute. What's new? What else? Anemone says, I mean, the world has already somewhat realized how weak the states are, especially with the speed streams he keeps doing. Yeah, I love that the American propaganda system is getting defeated by literally some 20-year-old kid whose entire thing is, let's go look at China. That's all. Right? Like, and he's not the first one, obviously, but he's certainly the most popular one. And I feel like he's going over to China and he's just decimating it. Like, he's literally just walking around China being like, hey, tell me about China. Whoa, look at this thing that exists in China. Here I am on the high-speed rail in China. And he's just, like, showing people China. And people in America are just like, whoa, about it. And it's like, okay, cool. Like, they're catching up. It's happening. They have flying cars. I bet you those will only have limited use. Like, the full story on that, as I understand it, is that China has just licensed the use of single passenger drone taxis. So one person can get into a drone and that drone will fly them somewhere. I think my feeling is that will see, like, what's its use case, right? Like, I don't think that you'll be standing in a park and a drone will come down, right? And then you'll get in and you'll go somewhere, right? I think the most common use case for this will be if you live on the, like, so if you live on the top of a skyscraper, right? And your job is on the top of another skyscraper, you'll probably just be like, I'll just boop, right? Like, that makes the most amount of sense for me. That, to me, is, like, its number one use case. That, like, even if I lived on, like, close to the bottom floor of a skyscraper and my job was on the top floor of a skyscraper, I don't know if I would be so incentivized to, like, taxi. Am I making any sense on this? Like, I feel like just instead of going all the way down a huge building over and then all the way up, It'd just be better to just go zoop. And that's like its primary use case that anybody could look at and be like, yeah, that makes complete and total sense. That's justifiable. But like, what are the rules and regulations for these things going to be? Like, you can't free market your way out of this one, kids. Like, you can't have like a billion of these things flying around and expect it to work out. Like, where are your lanes? What are the rules? Right? And so I feel like they're gonna have like pretty strict, dedicated pathways, like that'll be completely understood. You can't just have one of these just flying around in your airspace. You know what I mean? So I feel like it's going to be like, oh, you want one of these taxis? Okay, cool. Here's the 3 routes that you are allowed to take. Oh no, we're not going to take you directly and land you right in front of your hotel, right? Like, we're not going to do that. Like, you can't order one of these to your spot and then go to wherever you would like in the city. Yeah, can you drop me off in the very dead center of the mall? Probably not. But there'll be like dedicated flight paths that you'll be like, okay, cool, I can go from here to here. And one of those routes will likely be rooftop to rooftop. That's what I'd be designing them for. That's what I would be thinking about. Because like, rooftop, perfect landing pad. Like, perfect landing pad. No clutter, no nothing, no people. Right? It lands. You get on. Where does it go? Another rooftop. I love it. Perfect for skyscraper cities. New CAI drone pilot over on Twitch. Inverted Mystic, good to see you. New CAI drone pilot writes, is China in the future or are we living in the past? China is the present. And we are also in the present. The difference is that China built things and we didn't. And it's that simple. Like, it's the China is currently living in our vision of the future, but they're living now. And the reason why they look better than we do is because they built stuff. Like, it'd be like looking at like Arnold Schwarzenegger in 1980 and being like, oh wow, he's in the future. It's like, no, he just worked his ass off. He lifted a lot of weights. He did a lot of shit. And if you want to get there in the future, then you've got to start lifting weights now. You got to start doing that. I know that I'm being kind of a diff, kind of a blech about this whole living in the future kind of language, but I don't like it. I don't like the whole like, wow, China's living in the future. It's like, no, they're not. China lives right now, just like we do. They just worked out a lot, and we didn't. We spent all our money on fast cars and loose women. And look where it's got us. Now we've hit rock bottom. We got to build back from here. Inverted Mystic writes, why is the West always in decline? Doesn't anything good happen in this neck of the woods? Make donut-shaped buildings so planes can fly through them? I mean, we can if they're owned by Amazon. Amazon has no care. Yeah, I mean, but like, Amazon drones are very small. Like, we're talking about a drone that's big enough to carry a person. Yeah, Pete Headsick is a fanatic for sure. The last type of guy you want in that position, absolutely. Good to see you, Garden State. Hull says, did you listen to the Singaporean Prime Minister's speech regarding the whole trade war? I didn't listen to the whole speech, I don't think, but I definitely listened to part of it. Yeah, and Singapore's just like shaking their head about it. Everybody's shaking their head about it. Like, what is this? I think the line that continuously pops up is, these are not the actions of a friend. Everybody keeps saying that. Like, these are not the actions of a friend. And what's so, like, it's such a heartbreaking thing to say. Like, there's something so wholesome, and like, it to me, it like cuts through a lot of the cynicism and a lot of the maneuvering and negotiations. And it cuts down to kind of the quick of why I think people are really upset about all of this, which is that we do fundamentally want to believe that we're all trying to pull in the same direction. Like it's tough to come to first principles, but one wants to believe that the primary first principle that most humans have is that humans are good, and that humanity should survive, and that humanity should thrive and be good, right? Like, one wants to believe that's the case. But these actions that the Trump administration is doing clearly show that they have different first principles, that they don't actually care about humanity, that they don't actually care about the success of non-Americans, right? America first, after all. And so this phrase, like, these are not the actions of a friend, I feel like that to me is the number one indictment. That's the big indictment of the American empire right now. And to me, that's going to be the phrase that I think will carry the most weight moving forward. In 50 years, people will look at America and be like, man, what happened? And I'll be there to just be like, here's the compilation of all of the nations of the world saying these are not the actions of a friend. Like, maybe stop treating people like shit. Joe writes, corporate raiding of the federal government. Oh yeah, dude. like Elon Musk literally walked into the treasury. We've all forgotten it. Have you noticed? Have you noticed how we've all just kind of forgotten that? We're all just like, oh yeah, okay, moving on to the next trauma, to the next tragedy. I'm still stuck on Elon Musk literally robbed the treasury. He took a group of teenage boys and like 20-year-old kids and walked into the treasury and stole things from it. He robbed the treasury. Literally, he did that. Nobody gives a shit. Everybody's forgotten. Nobody cares. Oddity writes, it'll be like Crimea, the Taiwan situation. Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair, like, it'll be like that. It'll be that quick. It won't be exactly the same, obviously, but like, in terms of its swiftness, I think it'll carry a similar tone. And it'll be so swift that just the Americans won't know what to do about it or say. Like, they'll just be like, blah, and it'll just have happened. Garden State writes, always a treat to hear you speak after a long day of hearing coworkers preach reactionary politics. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, man. Like, most people are reactionaries. They just are. Like, most people are just experiencing life. That's the real truth. And like, even the people who try to step out of reactionaryism and being reactive in their environment can only really maintain it for a very short period of time. Like, you can't really keep that ball up all the time. It's hard. It's tough. It's a muscle. And so it's just easier for people to just be like, I'm hungry, eat. I have to pee, go pee. Okay, time to go to work, here I am. Hey, Bill, how you doing today? Oh, I'm doing great, Bill. How are you? Blah, blah, blah. And just like, this happens, so I react. This happens, so I react, right? And that's what we call a life. That's considered life. Just doing what you're told, being trained from childhood in a system that rewards you for obedience and doing what you're told. And so continuously just doing what you're told forever until they throw you into the furnace. Like, that's what our society is, and that's what our the structure is like. And most people understand that the best way to ascend in the society is through compliance and obedience. And so when you are told what your politics should be, you just say, yeah, okay, and you go along with it. Because that's how you are rewarded. And that's how you've only ever been rewarded in your life. And if you actually stand up and say, I think this is a bad idea, I don't know about this, right? Then, you get the D, has potential, not living up to their potential, right? I wish you were more collaborative. I wish you were more cooperative, right? We here at HR, we've noticed that you're having a negative impact on company morale. You know, that kind of thing. So it's just like, it's just easier for most people to just be like, this is what the newspaper said, so I can say it because the newspaper said it. And you're like, okay, cool. Who owns that newspaper? Well, it's sold just on this block, so I assume that it's owned by somebody who lives in my community. No, not by somebody in your community. Oh, okay, well, somebody who lives in my city at least. No, not by somebody who lives in your city. Okay, well, certainly it must be somebody who lives in my state or province. Nope, nobody that lives in your state or province owns that newspaper. Oh, okay, well, certainly it must be somebody who lives in my country, right? Nope. It's not somebody who even lives in your country. Like, there is an entire newspaper chain here in Canada called Post Media that's owned by American billionaires. And I see Canadians every single day constantly sourcing Post Media and talking about and spreading around Post Media. And I'm like, this is literally American billionaires who are currently threatening us with annexation and tariffs, trying to convince you of anything in our politics. Why are you listening to them? And the answer is they're listening to them because they're at least giving them a political opinion and a political worldview that they're allowed to espouse safely, right? Because most people are just naturally reactive. If you see it in a newspaper, you're allowed to say it. Well, this is what this says. And of course, as we've gone on, the system of capital has destroyed any leftist worldview or any leftist opinion. And so now whenever I'm talking to people in public and they come at me with these reactionary stuff, I literally have to cite the article and where it's from. Like, they're allowed to say whatever they want. The most just repugnant bullshit you've ever heard because they read it in a newspaper. But I have to, like, if I want to say, yes, children should have food, I have to, like, literally cite an Ottawa Citizen article and be like, I read this interesting thing in the Ottawa Citizen, which is an acceptable news source, that children need food. And if you don't do that, then you get dismissed. And yes, it is that extreme now. Like, it's just absolutely gotten crazy and bonkers because the zone is so flooded with garbage that people think their garbage is intelligence. That's where we're at. Like, that's where we're at. And like, your coworkers aren't really thinking. Like, they're just, I have thoughts. Here's my thought. I read in a newspaper. I have thought. Here's thoughts. I read in a newspaper. I have thoughts. Okay, cool. Can we maybe extend those thoughts? Let's actually activate and actually be like, okay, what do we expect to see happen next because of those thoughts? Right? Like, if your thought is we should get rid of public garbage services, what do you expect to see from that? And if you'll ask them that, and they'll just be like, because they haven't actually thought about it. Because that's an active thing that you actively do. And you go, okay, well, you should expect to see your streets get full of garbage. And they'll go, well, no, people, we'll fine the people who do that. Because fining people is fine. Because I read it in a newspaper. And you're like, okay, cool. So you're going to start spending more to fine people who don't have the money to pay for the service in the first place. You're going to spend more on your judges and your lawyers and your police people and your enforcement agents than you would to just pay to have the garbage picked up in the first place. Right? And then it's just dead silence. And you just move on. But this is why, like, the quote-unquote free speech arguments that come out of the Nazis is actually quite dangerous. Because they're just arguing in favor of allowing billionaires to flood the society with garbage. That's really all they're arguing for. That in their view, free speech means corporate domination of speech. And that you never actually have to have a real serious conversation about things. You can just flood the airwaves with trash. And eventually people will just accept that. And just accept that that's the worldview. Because most people are just reacting and not actually thinking things through. Which is frustrating. It's frustrating. But you gotta meet people where they are, is the big problem. You gotta meet people where they are. And I find that the best thing to do is to say things like, you know, I'm quite concerned about the stability of the country, and I think that I have a solution, or that there are solutions to that. And a solution that we have for that would be, you know, if you want your country to be stable, then the best thing to do, I think, is to stabilize it. Like, if you want to alleviate poverty, the best thing to do, I think, is to alleviate poverty. Instead of following this very circuitous mental gymnastics line that the billionaires are trying to convince you of. Like, I just don't see why people are still bought into this neoliberal religion that says what we'll do is, through a complicated mechanism, we'll give all the money to billionaires. And then those billionaires, through whatever mechanism they deem to be correct, will somehow trickle that down into the society and improve the lives of everybody. As opposed to give people resources. Like, those people don't have resources. They need resources. Give them resources. Like, which one of these two do you think is actually real? Do you think the one that actually solves the problem directly is real? Or do you think this, like, circuitous method of mental gymnastics that involves taking the resources of the nation, giving it to one guy, and then crossing your fingers and praying really nicely to that guy that he'll actually dispense cookies to you? Like, which one of those two do you actually think will work? Because I think that if you're still talking about giving all the money to a single guy, then you're a religious acolyte for a system that no longer functions, called neoliberalism, which is going to continue failing. Like, it's going to be crazy to watch here in Canada. Like, once Mark Carney or Pierre Poilievre is elected, we're going to have just like 4 years of continued disaster. And it's just going to be continuous. Like, it's not going to stop. And it's because it doesn't matter how nicely you enact failed policies. They're just going to continue failing. And it just seems like nobody in Canada gives a shit about it. Like, here's Canada's real GDP growth. So Ireland is up here at like 70%, right? Which they point out it's distorted for a reason. But if you take a look at, like, go down the list, here's the U.S., right? Here's the U.S. Keep going down. You got Japan, right? Chile, UK, Mexico, Canada. Canada is the lowest per capita productivity in what's called the developed nations. It's a disaster. And it's just going to continue being a disaster. Because neoliberal economics isn't economics. It's not a science. It's a religion. And we're about to elect one of the high priests of that religion. Joe writes, yeah, coworkers who voted for Trump say we have to be patient, that we'll see in 6 months. Yeah, just coping. That's all that is. They're not yet ready to turn the corner and be like, we were wrong. Like, they're not yet ready for that. And in 6 months, they'll find some kind of dumb bullshit reason for why it was okay and why everything was fine. But, like, it's not. And it won't be. Pretty nakedly. And, like, if it isn't obvious already, like, this whole tariff war, like, it's literally only Trump supporting Americans that are still holding on to this idea. Everyone else in the world is like, fuck you, bro. What is this for? What are you even doing? Like, yeah, just let him cook. Just let him cook. It's completely fine. Just let it's gonna have. It's gonna be good for everyone. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna like, there are going to be some of these guys who are literally going to be forced into cobalt mines, but at the end of a barrel of a gun, saying this is just temporary. It's gonna get better any day now. You just gotta let Trump cook. Trump's fourth term is really gonna work out. So it's just like what we're doing right now is we're testing the limit of human delusion. That we're really testing to see how far down the rabbit hole are people willing to go before they stand up and say, you know what, I was wrong. I was wrong about this one, guys. My bad. Anemone writes, I worked for a law firm that dealt with corporations. Insider trading is very illegal unless you have millions. Yeah. Or billions. Yeah, how much better off are we? Yeah. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, I think he just wants a big statue of himself. For sure. Remember that Trump Gaza shit? Remember? Right? What was that Trump Gaza shit just totally full of? It was like Trump Gaza, like a hotel. Right? And there's like a golden statue, and there's like golden statues of himself. Like, that's what he wants. He just wants to put his name on things, and he wants to see a statue of himself. Like, he doesn't give a fuck. He's already doing the military parade for his birthday. Yeah, North Korea, here we come. No, come on, Anemone, yeah. What do you mean North Korea, here we come? Yeah, lots of people in North Korea living a way better life than the States. And that despite what the U.S. did to them. Stop drinking the CIA propaganda juice. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like we should open our hearts up a little bit to North Korea. Like, I have no... I genuinely don't care what anybody in the West has to say about literally any country. And I tend to just, like, go look at that country for myself and just be like, what do I think of this country? How you guys doing? What's your basic history? Okay. So in like the case of North Korea, it's just like, okay, cool. So in the 1950s, you were literally reduced to rubble. It's total rubble. Who did that? The Americans. Cool. And then you've like rebuilt yourself from there, and you've rebuilt yourself through essentially like a monarchy, which, you know, not unusual. Harry Hold'em over on Twitch. Good to see you. Inverted writes, in America, we have freedom of the press. Who exactly is classified as the press? Could me and the Canadian commies start a newspaper and immediately be considered press? Not trying to be a dick. I genuinely don't know. Yeah, technically true. Like most things in life, it's just all about, do other people go along with you, right? That's it. Like, you and I can call ourselves a country, but if nobody else calls us a country... Harry Hold'em, already kicking up stuff. Play nice in the chat, Harry. Garden State, my coworkers think Trump is doing the right thing, and the economy is doing good. Blue collar crab in a barrel mentality is real. Yeah, I mean, like, I think for lots of people, it's just gonna take, like, you know what, man? I don't know what it's gonna take. I don't know what it's going to take for some of these people. Like, I think some of these people are just disconnected. Like, they're just disconnected from reality. And that maybe just a trip to the homeless encampments might actually help them out. Just give them a view of what it actually looks like. Like, take them down to Skid Row. Take them through the areas where the homeless live. 'Cause, like, to pretend as though Trump is doing the right thing. What makes you think that? What makes you think that? Yeah, American education has failed you guys. It's undeniable, for sure. No, for sure. It's just like a Stockholm Syndrome generator at this point. Their responses to the peasants' nonsense was gold. Yeah. Like, they just showed cities in China. And it's just like, here you go. Everything manufactured or for American use seems to be made with, how could this be used in combat? Whereas China creates things to improve people's lives. Yeah, that's right. China lives in what it means to actually support your people, not the future. Yeah. Capitalism clearly does not breed innovation. It does breed innovation. Its innovations are just shitty. Like, capitalist innovation is like, we'll create 10 different streaming services, charge you $10 each for it, and then make you watch ads anyway. And the ads will misplace. So instead of having it happen like at the appropriate break, it'll be like in the middle of the climax. Because that's when we know everybody's watching. Right? Like, that's capitalist innovation. Like, capitalist innovation is like, when you're playing a video game, like an arcade shooter or something, will make them pay a dime every time they reload their clip. That's capitalist innovation. Planned obsolescence. Planned obsolescence is capitalist innovation. We're going to make something that costs you $400 to get, and it'll break in 2 years. And we'll design it specifically so that it breaks. We'll offer a 2-year warranty, so we expect it to be good for 2 years. And then everything after 2 years, it'll be designed to decay and degrade. Like, disposable iPhones is really what they're looking for, right? That's capitalist innovation right there. Like, is it good? No, obviously not. It's the shittiest thing ever, but welcome to capitalism. It's the shittiest thing ever. Long Defiant, good to see you. I believe in the innate goodness of people. It's the system that teaches us to be ghouls. So I tend to agree with Marx's assessment that I tend to agree with the Marxist assessment, which is material conditions dictate human behavior. That human nature is neither good nor evil. That good and evil are concepts that we create in order to discuss high-minded idea, like was this appropriate? Is this the world that we want to live in? We use words like good and evil to sort of guide us in this way, and to create a more kind of firm communal idea of what is or is not acceptable. But the truth is that the defining characteristic of humanity is adaptability. That humans are extremely good at adaptation. That's the reason we've been so successful in this environment. It's the evolutionary or the evolutionary explanation for why we are what we are. We also have the ability to manipulate our environment. That's what makes it so interesting. That's what makes our existence so interesting, is that we simultaneously are highly adaptable creatures that will adapt to the environment that is in front of us. So if the environment in front of us rewards us for being good, then we are good. And if the environment in front of us rewards us for being evil, then we are evil. But it's that we also simultaneously have the ability to manipulate our environment and change our environment. So we could collectively come together and say we should make an environment that is healthy, wholesome, and generates positive outcomes for community. We could do that, and we don't, right? And there comes a point where you have to ask yourself, well, why don't we? And the reason why we don't is because there's a small group of people that live off of the exploited labor of everyone else who don't want to see that changed, right? It's pretty much exactly the same dynamic as what was going on in the Confederate South, right? That they just didn't want to release the slaves because they were making money from them. It was that the system was designed to reward their cruelty. And so they maintained it because they adapted to that. And I suspect we'll see a similar thing happen in America. Long Defiant writes, under capitalism, all economic activity have to go through the profit moment in Marxist terms. If something's good for humanity doesn't produce enough profit, then it won't be done. Yeah, which is so foolish. It's just a foolish way of looking. Jib Jabby, good to see you, my man. Profits are given to the non-working class. It's economic rent and extremely inefficient. Yeah. And I think that this is kind of it, Anemone. I tend to agree with this. America is so far gone, there's no point even trying to work with them. Like, that's the problem. Like we circle back around to this quote that, like, yeah, Trump says countries are kissing my ass to avoid tariffs amid trade war. It's like, yeah, bro. Like, every single politician right now is just getting bombarded by people who are deeply concerned about these tariffs because they worry that these tariffs are going to dramatically affect their quality of life. And all Trump can think is, look how much they're kissing my ass. Like, he doesn't actually care about the ruin that he's bringing to people. And it really is going, like, if the leader of my country stood up and said, yeah, we're going to get away from America. Like, we're going to disconnect ourselves from America. I'd be like, yeah, good. Yeah, do that. 100%. For sure. I don't care. Like, go around them. Don't work with them. Obviously not. They're not reliable. Good riddance. Good to see you. Yeah, you're right. Good to see you back on Twitch. Yeah, I got banned for a moment. Because, but Twitch sent me a note saying it was their bad. So I'm fine with that. Like, you sort of expect these kinds of things, especially in this line of work where, you know, you've got to deal with Nazis. You know, we talk about Nazism a lot on this stream and it comes up. So the robot flagged me because I banned somebody, called them a Nazi. The robot received a report on it. Saw the word and was like, oh, and that was the end of that. So I sent in an appeal, and the appeal came back, and they were like, yeah, our bad. We definitely should not be defending Nazis and punishing people who punish Nazis. Long Defiant writes, DPRK is good, folks. I have some criticism, but I understand why they do what they do. Yeah, I'm more or less of the opinion that when it comes to North Korea, Westerners don't really have the right to critique North Korea. I think we lost that right. Like, you can do it if you want, but the truth is that we enacted, like, pretty straightforward, like, do I use the word genocide? Like, do I go that far? But we, like, reduced their country to rubble. We absolutely destroyed all their infrastructure. What we did was obviously a war crime, like pretty nakedly and openly a war crime. And so I just don't think we have the right to criticize them. I think the thing that we are allowed to do is say what they're doing. That we can look at them and we can say, these are the structures that they're building. This is the system that they're building. This is what it's doing for their citizens. This is how they're operating. and that is pretty much as far as I think any Westerner is allowed to take it. That once a Westerner starts trying to declare whether what they're doing is good or bad, I'm just like, no, shut up. You don't have any authority on that subject. I'm not interested in your opinion. Like, no, too bad. Tough shit. Because, like, they're rebuilding after a total catastrophe. Like, I can't imagine anything more catastrophic being done to a people than what we did to North Korea. It's just staggering. I feel this way about the Palestinians, too. Like, on Tuesday, I watched No Other Land, which was an Oscar award-winning documentary, which, incidentally, I think brought a lot of credibility back to the Oscars. That the Oscars clearly have chosen to actually be on the correct side of this conflict. And it kind of, like, if the Zionists ran Hollywood completely, I don't think that No Other Land would have won an Academy Award. And so it shows that the Oscars, at least, are not bending the knee to these Zionists. Because No Other Land is a very sober, kind of just naked look. It's literally a dude in the West Bank following, like, a small family through their experience of having the Israelis show up and demolish their homes. That's what it's about. And it's on the lead up to the October 7th invasion from the Gaza Strip, and then the subsequent genocide. And Harry Oldham says, worth a watch then. Yeah, I would watch it. I'd watch it with people. I'd watch it in a theater. I'd watch it with friends. Don't watch it on your iPhone by yourself. It sounds upsetting. Yeah. Yeah. The mood in the theater once the credits rolled. Like, usually when a movie ends and the credits begin to roll, the energy is very like, oh, we can talk now. Okay, let's get up. Let's get our stuff on. Okay, time to get out of the building. Ha ha ha. Man, I gotta go pee. Right? When the credits rolled on that movie, it was like a total stillness. Like a total silence. When people did begin to talk, it was in whispers. And it really wasn't until the credits had finished completely that people were even getting onto their feet and getting out of the theater. Heaviness. And the shared understanding and the shared burden of understanding that this is what we've been doing. Like, it's impossible to watch No Other Land and then see we should send money to Israel and not connect the dot that every dollar we send to Israel is to do this. And to see it taken out of its abstraction, like, it's often discussed in a high abstract sort of way, but to actually see it be done in a very naked, like, we literally live in the middle of nowhere, our house is just 4 concrete walls. And it's when they would come and destroy the school. It's when they would come and destroy just random infrastructure, chicken coops. At one time, an Israeli Defense Force member shoots one of the family members and they are paralyzed. And then they have to live in a cave while being paralyzed, and then they die there. That's just what happens. Like, I call the film desperately necessary. It's a film that must exist. it gives, again, I'll say it gives the Oscars a lot of credibility that they gave the Oscar to this film. It really increases the credibility of that institution in my eyes. I don't think I would have watched the film if not for that. And if a person were to watch this film, No Other Land, and then walk out and still hold on to this view that it's a both sides issue, or that Israel is in the right, then I think it's safe to say that that person is a Nazi. Just as nakedly as it gets. Right? That there are Nazis, and I think Nazism is a much more prevalent worldview than we like to think. And I think that film would be a good litmus test for people. If they watch it and they're still arguing on the side of the Zionists, it's like, cool, you're a Nazi. We can just make sure that you're not part of our lives anymore. Anemone writes, America needs forced re-education. Nothing else will solve this problem. I mean, the collapses will come first. There's going to be, like, because the Department of Education in America is now destroyed, each state is going to erect their own education system, and each one of those education systems is going to be different than the other. And some of them will hold some similarities, right? But state by state, there will be differences. And some of them, Florida, for example, will just be straight up, like, far-right Nazism, more or less. Slavery was good, actually, kind of thinking. And but there will be others that won't be like that. So, and of course, from those differences arise conflict, and you've heard me talk about it before. The whole thing comes down. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, no hate on North Korea. My grandfather was raised near Pyongyang, but Trump had to have gotten the parade idea from watching the NK ones. Yeah, the Chinese also do parades. I think Trump just wants to be the center of attention at all times. Like, he's just such a narcissist. Yeah, what? Well, pink razors aren't innovation. Sure they are. Why do pink razors even exist? Because how else, Anemone, how else are women supposed to know the difference between a man's razor and a woman's razor, Anemone? Come on now. Think. Anemone's like, unsubscribe. Yeah, capitalist innovations, planned obsolescence, artificial scarcity, illusions of choice. Yeah, pink razors, pet rocks. Yeah, pet rocks, dude. There's your capitalist innovation right there. What a grift. Capitalism is just grifts on grifts. Yeah, it's all grifts, man. It's all grifts at this point. X History, for the first time chatter, writes, I was born in communism. I doubt it. Like, please remember, I'm not a post-communist, right? I don't believe in post-communism. I find it very unlikely that you were born in a communist society. So I would question that claim. That chances are good that you were born in a society that's post-communist. And I'm not a post-communist. Like, if somebody told me that they were born in Russia in 1992... and that's why they don't like communism, I would be like, nobody would believe that that's communism, right? Like, nobody's sitting here saying that 1992 Russia is communist. And so that's usually where this conversation goes anytime anybody pops in. If you'd like to clarify your position, right? It's because, yeah, so you were born in the Soviet Union 1985. Great. So I'm not a post-communist. Right? Like, the collapse of the Soviet Union happened in 1991, thanks to Gorbachev. The Soviet Union is already in a pretty significant decline. I'm actually going through a book right now called Collapse, and it's about this very time period. I'm not that far into it, so I can't speak as like the authority that book clearly is going to be. So I'm looking forward to going through it. But what I do know pretty clearly is that by 1985, there isn't really much communist momentum any longer. Like I'll say, I say pretty often that the Soviets defeated the Nazis, but Nazism defeated communism, for sure. Like capitalism defeats communism in World War II. That's for sure the case, even though the Soviets defeated the Nazis. So, so I respect the position that you hold, that you might have like a dim view of communism, because if your view of communism is literally the worst economic moment in modern Russian history, like Vladimir Putin called the dismantlement of the Soviet Union the largest catastrophe in modern history. And I think that's right. But the idea that was done because of communism or because of communist ideals or any of that kind of stuff is just not correct. That the communist analysis on that would not support that position. And so, again, to restate the position, I'm not a post-communist. I don't believe in post-communism. I believe in communism and moving towards communism. So I hope that clarifies things for you, my friend. Welcome aboard. Good Riddance USA writes, I was born in America. I have no idea how someone can want to live in a society that tries genociding a new population of people every 5 years, causes existential market global crashes, and has a society of bigoted, uneducated pieces of crap with no empathy. X-History writes, no, Soviet army defeated Nazis. That's correct. Yeah, the Soviets defeated the Nazis. And communism just collapsed all by themselves. No, that's dramatically inaccurate. Like, what really does the Soviet Union in is that it begins to gravitate towards Western appeasement. And it begins opening up itself and its markets and its ideas to Western capital. And when it does this, of course, Mao is highly critical of it. This is what leads to the Sino-Soviet split. That the primary driving force of the Russian leadership, from Khrushchev all the way to Yeltsin, and even into the early years of Putin, is fear of military action against Russia. Like, the Nazis killed 20 million Russians. It's like a huge scar that definitely exists in Russian society. And so the idea that like the Russian leadership very obviously pivots towards a less antagonistic posture against capitalist forces because they don't want to be invaded again. They'd been invaded several times, and the Nazi invasion was the worst one. And so their fear is that there's going to be yet another invasion that's going to be even more catastrophic. And so they do everything they can to avoid that and to engage in appeasement to the West. And this is the path, right? This is the path that Gorbachev takes. That the dismantling of the Soviet Union doesn't happen because of a natural collapse of communism. It happened on purpose. The leadership of Russia chooses to dismantle the Soviet Union because they're terrorized by capitalists. And they don't want to be invaded by capitalists again. And so they do everything they can to, like, NATO exists in order to destroy the Soviet Union. That's its stated reason for existing. And so the Soviets say, okay, well, if the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore, then NATO doesn't need to either. That idea obviously didn't work. Right? So I really would like to challenge this view you have of Russia that says that communism collapsed there naturally. False. Just nakedly false on its face. The Soviet Union is dismantled for the hoped and perceived safety of Russia. Didn't really work out that way, but that's the idea. VFRO. First time chatter, VFRO. Regardless of what positions common people like you and I have, capitalism has run its course. It's collapsing in on itself here in the West. The distribution of wealth and unfair playing field have given us childish lunatics like the ones in power right now who waste billions on a whim while people starve or are wiped out with bombs. It's not going to last much longer, regardless of our debating. I think you'll be surprised about how it'll hold on, but I definitely take your point. Like, you're talking to a guy who thinks that America is going to break apart within my lifetime. That it's highly likely that places like Texas is the, if I was a betting man, that would be where the money is, are going to begin independence movements. And most states already have an independence support of about 30%, including Democratic states. And so long as the federal government is run by frauds, which it's been run by frauds for my whole lifetime, really. Like, I can't even really remember a president that was even interested in helping any American anywhere. Like, maybe Jimmy Carter. You could maybe make a case that Jimmy Carter maybe kind of cared about American people and the idea of America. And to me, I think that's the biggest one, is that the idea of America has fallen. And once you lose the idea of a country, once you lose the idea and the concept, it's like really, really imagine that not that long ago, there was a period of time where the Catholic Church was actually a very powerful, very present political force in people's lives not that long ago. And now it just isn't. Like, it's still a political force of sorts, but most people don't really pay attention to what the Vatican thinks or what it does. And it exists in this like little cloistered kind of environment, and the Pope comes out and says a thing in order to try to justify their existence and create credibility for themselves. And America will fall in the same kind of way. That, like, the federal government will still exist, just nobody will give a shit. Everybody will just be like, sure, the president said something. Okay, if you say so. Well, I'm off to go do important things that matter to my life. And I'm certainly not putting any energy or time, or definitely not paying taxes to that. You want me to pay taxes to it? Go fuck yourself. And that'll be the conversation. X-History writes, USA will not collapse. I can't say it 100%, but they will not collapse. So X-History, if the United States does not experience a generalized collapse, and like, let me be specific when I say generalized collapse. Like, I don't mean that like literally every state will literally be its own literal independent literal island literally. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But like, if there isn't a like Texas breaking off or Florida breaking off or like the southern states coalescing and creating a unit and breaking off, if there isn't something like that, like, it would be the first time in human history. So, like, the most likely outcome when empires decline, the most likely outcome is that they break apart. That's the most likely outcome. If that doesn't happen to America, if America manages to weather this and move forward collectively as a unit, as a unified state system, the United States of America, if they manage to do that, they will literally be the first country and the first empire in human history to do so. Like, that will be so overwhelmingly remarkable that historians and academics will study it for millennia. They'll literally look at it and be like, how is it possible that the United States of America did not fall apart as an empire like literally every single empire before it? And so this idea that America is going to be the one unique, pure little angel that manages to move forward unscathed and as a unit collectively together, I just don't take that seriously, because I don't think America is that special. And I certainly don't think the idea of America is a good one. Like, the idea of America was built by slavers who built a system to maintain their own power. And the slavers are now dead, but their system remains. You can't really successfully build a civil society that way. And if all it's going to do is generate war, chaos, and collapse, eventually that's going to take root and be more serious. U.S. raises tariffs to 145% for China. Yeah, like, it's just so dumb. Isaac, good to see you, my man. Trump and the oligarchs scammed the market yesterday. For sure they did, my man. It's always been a pump and dump, dude. Like, it's nothing new. It's just the same shit over and over again. I think the big difference, though, is that it's just being done so nakedly. It's just being done so nakedly. X History writes, everyone makes wars. There's no country without war. But there is a difference. Like, there's a pretty major difference between, like, border scuffles, which is what most wars throughout human history actually are. There's a strong difference between that and the wars that empire inflict. Like, 50 men getting into a baton fight on the Chinese-Indian border is not the same as dropping 2 nuclear bombs on Japan. Like, having a military conflagration about an oil well on the border of Nebraska and Minnesota, I think that those two share a border, in either case, is not the same as, like, the Nanking Massacre, you know? That the wars that empires do are far and away much more destructive, much more damning, and worthy of analysis and understanding, right? Like, just because 2 people can get into a fist fight doesn't mean we should be okay with a serial killer walking around. You know? Joe writes, highly unlikely, that America will maintain itself. Too many fascists and even more anti-fascists. There will be a split. Yeah. I mean, and you can see it, like, Trump is already beginning the decline institutionally, right? Which is really bad news. Like, it's bad enough when you experience, like, a general malaise and a general decline of the population's spirit. But, like, Trump is dismantling the Department of Education. Like, they're dismantling departments. Like, that's institutional power. Like, and if you don't have institutional power as an organization, then you have nothing. Like, if the federal government literally can't do anything, then people aren't going to listen to what they have to say. It's just a general collapse. X History writes, I know a lot of Europe war history. Oh, well, yeah, we could have a big, long conversation about why capitalists in Europe constantly fought one another, right? But there were hundreds of years of fighting. Spain, Netherlands, for example. Yeah. Like, capitalists fight. They fight each other all the time. Right? That's why I'm not so keen. Like, there are people on the left who fight and who advocate, rather, for the dismantlement of NATO. Right? To which I'm like, I understand that on a principled level. Like, NATO sucks. They're a terrible organization. But, like, Europe doesn't exactly have a good history with itself. Right? The Europeans go to war with each other all the time. European capitalists love to go to war with one another. Like World War II was a capitalist war. World War I was a capitalist war. Like these are major disasters for the entire world and the world population, and they were inflicted upon us by capitalists. And if NATO is to be dissolved, it's highly likely that the Europeans will do as they have always done, which is go to war with one another. And right now, especially when you have one of the top parties in German politics being a Nazi party, that's the ADF, it's pretty scary. It's pretty scary to see that there's this sort of rising sentiment of maybe NATO should go away, combined with a rising Nazism in the birthplace of Nazism. And so it's pretty likely that European capitalists will do what European capitalists have always done, which is go to war with their neighbors for profit. History writes, you will not have your answer for peace with communism. The wars will continue with communism. You will see, the trouble, history, is that I use evidence in my decision making that communists are willing to fight, to be sure. Like communists defeated the Nazis, for example. Communists are the ones that defeated the imperial Japanese. Communists are the ones that established the current PRC, the People's Republic of China. Modern day China has the communists to thank for the position that it holds. And China has risen in relative peace. So I don't really know where you're getting this position from. Like literally communists and communist nations have been defending themselves from capitalist aggression. Like, is simply the act of defending yourself a war in your mind? Is that the same? Like, in your view, is the Holocaust the same as defending yourself from the Holocaust? Vifro writes, NATO actually would be great if it didn't have America and Turkey as partners. I mean, America is such a pariah. Like, it's so tough. And it's tough from the European position, right? Europe has been relying on America for security since World War II. And so it's a very scary proposition for Europe to actually have to have their own military and actually have to defend themselves. Especially because, like, they're scared of Russia, right? Like, Russia is in military action right now in Ukraine. Like, that's got to be scary. Like, Russia's not that far away, right? So, Joe writes, so what's X basing his assessment on? Vibes, it looks like. X History writes, they were also fighting with each other, so 1950 and 1960, Soviets fight China. Again, right? Like, you're talking about, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, you're talking about, like, pretty minor border scuffles, which are common, right? Like, I'll give you a really clear example of what I'm talking about, X History, right? If you go to Google Maps, and I'm pretty soft on Google Maps. I don't consider them much of an authority. But what they do, so you see these dotted lines, right? Whenever you look at dotted lines on Google Maps, that means that these borders are contested. Not everybody agrees that's where the border is. And so, for example, this border right here, which exists between India, right? There's India. Here's another one, right? India and China, right? India believes that this territory belongs to India. China believes that it belongs to China, right? It's a border conflict. They are extremely common, as you'll see up here, right? If you go into, here's one, or the Republic of Congo. So the Republic of Congo or the Democratic Republic of Congo, who owns this river, right? So it's a border conflict. Here's one that's happening right now in Venezuela, right? That Guyana believes that this territory belongs to Guyana. Venezuela says no, it belongs to Venezuela. A lot of these borders were drawn up by invaders and like colonialists. And so there's debate and there's conversation. And in some cases, these debates and these conversations lead to border scuffles. And it's common. It is. Like, it's just common. And you really shouldn't be basing your political worldview off of basic border scuffles. Like, if literally your theory of politics is any amount of fighting equals bad, then you can't actually have a reasoned conversation about politics. That guy pushed that guy, so the entire system of communism fails. Like, it's not rational what you're doing. So then you compare like these border scuffles, right, that exist all around the world. Most borders are contested. There's even some, if I'm not mistaken, there's contested borders. According to Google Maps, I am. Oh, here's a good one, right? Serbia, Kosovo, right? Contested border. Been like that since the 90s, right? So compare that to like World War II, right? Like, compare that to like the destruction of Libya, to the destruction of Iraq, destruction of Afghanistan, the destruction of Yemen, right? Like, you compare like these minor border scuffles between nations, which are usually about contested territory over like some mine or something. Right? Like, we want this iron mine. No, we want it. Well, we'll fight for it. Well, we'll walk away from it. We don't care. You know? Like, do you see the difference? That every nation is going to have border struggles with the neighboring nation. It's just going to happen. And there's no ism that's going to stop that. That's just existing in the world. But there's a strong difference between a border struggle and marching your troops into their capital and reducing it to rubble. Do you see the difference? So, ex-history, I just think that you're no longer thinking rationally, that you've started with a conclusion and you just want evidence for your conclusion. So I'm just going to move on from you, because not accepting reality breaks my third rule. Like, you're in flat earth territory now. You just want your confirmation bias confirmed, and I won't do it for you. So, have a good life. Like, flat earth brain, man. Like, flat earth brain is bad. Just like, so you admit. Let me just read the comment. So you agree, if there are two communist countries with border conflict, communism will also make wars. It's just really dumb, dude. Like, you've got to be smarter than this. Like, if you want to operate in the world and avoid Nazism and avoid fascism and avoid enlightened centrism, you got to be smarter than this. Like, there's basic human things that happen, and then there's the philosophies that we operate through to try to get beyond those things. You really got to understand this. It's like really basic stuff. Like, really basic, I live in the world and I'm alive kind of stuff. And like, if you were born in 1985, that makes you in your like late 30s, almost early 40s. You got to be smarter than this, dude. Like, it's grow up time. Really grow up time. Like, any amount of conflict is the same as a nuclear bombardment. You got to be smarter than that. Garden State writes, anybody with history in their username is usually a Yahtzee. I mean, sounds like it. Yeah, we could be in that territory. We'll see. Joe writes, the anti-communists who come in here never have substantial arguments. Yeah. I mean, it kind of flows back to what I was saying at the beginning of all of this, right? Like, most people are just reactionary. Most people, and when I say most people, I literally mean like 99.999% of the population, are just existing in the world and just going through the world, experiencing things, saying things back. Experiencing, saying things back. And they've never even thought to seek out a challenge to themselves. And X History writes, I'm not a Nazi. My grand-grandfather fought Nazis. Yeah, I hate Nazis. Good. Good for you, history. Good for you. Keep that torch alive. You know what I suggest you do? I suggest you look at the people who defeated the Nazis. And you say, maybe the people who defeated the Nazis are good. And maybe we should pay attention to what they were saying as they defeated Nazism. Your grandfather is pretty based then, history. Yeah. Kick-ass grandfather. Fight Nazis. For real. Fucking fuck those Nazis up. I really want to live... I really want to live in a society where Nazism is bad again. Where Elon Musk doesn't feel comfortable throwing the Nazi salute twice in front of us. That's the type of society I'd like to live in. I'd like to live in a society where if a guy throws up a Nazi salute, he should expect a fist in his mouth. Like, and that's, and to say so, being fully accepted. Like that all of our social media and everybody in the world is like, yeah, that's what you do to a Nazi. Like if you had a feral dog in front of you, you might say to yourself, it's unfortunate that we have to do this, but nobody would say you shouldn't do something about it, right? Everybody knows what to do to a feral rabid dog, right? And nobody's going to like ban you on Twitter or Twitch for saying it. But suddenly it's a Nazi. And Emily writes, I kind of question the idea that Nazi was ever deemed bad. A lot of them were able to escape to other countries and live normal lives. I don't know. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Anemone. Like, I think that there was a token that happened at the end of World War II because Stalin insisted that the communists insisted that there was some kind of trial and that some of the Nazis were punished, right? Like Goebbels. But there weren't that many. Like, I believe it was only like 12 or 13. Here, let's get that number right. How many Nazis were tried at the Nuremberg trials? $161 were convicted. 37 were sentenced to death. So 37 sentenced to death. The rest convicted. 161. The Soviets lost 20 million people. The Chinese lost 20 million people. 161 convictions. Obviously tokenism, like super big tokenism, where they grab some of the highest officials. Goebbels is a big one, but there were others. But the rehabilitation of the Nazis after World War II is pretty well documented. Like, the Nazis were recruited by the CIA. The Nazis were given positions at NASA. The Nazis were given positions in NATO. So the rehabilitation of the Nazis after World War II is pretty strong. And I'm more or less of the opinion that if the Nazis had have defeated the Soviets in World War II, America would have never gotten involved. Because the ultimate goal of American capital was to protect capital. That the reason why the Americans get involved in World War II is because the Soviets start to win. And the Soviets start to win because communism is a more efficient, more effective economic system than capitalism. It's able to outproduce capitalism, which is exactly what they do. Yep. A lot of them returned to their homes in Europe, continued their lives after World War II. Yep. Yeah, that's very true. So many Nazis ended up working in powerful positions across America. Think NASA, yeah. To me, it's the CIA, dude. Like, they were recruited into the CIA. Like, what more evidence do you need that we live in this, like, absolutely evil terrorist organization? Yeah, we're going to erect an intelligence agency to, look out for the safety of our country. And you know who we should recruit? Nazis. Yeah. Like, when I was growing up, I literally played video games where you ran around killing Nazis. And everybody was just like, yeah, get them. Like, one of my big heroes growing up, and everybody's big hero, was Indiana Jones. Right? And Indiana Jones was just literally like, pop, pop, Nazis, go bam, bam. We all collectively have in our memory banks and watched the face of a Nazi melt off his bones and be reduced to skeletal figure by the divine energy of the holy creator. And we all went, yeah, take that, Nazi. Piece of shit, Nazi. Got him. And now we're supposed to be like, we really need to be accommodating to other people's ideologies, Other people's ideologies are just, just because we have a disagreement about things doesn't mean you should be who's so much for the tolerant left. Like, get fucked, Nazis. Yeah, and they didn't sentence all the biggest ones, hired them on. Yeah. I had someone say they had to build a wall to keep communism out as a justified thing the other day. You mean they did build a wall in order to keep communism out? Like, I see World War II mostly as a war between Nazi nations. And yeah, all the Western nations had no issue till Germany went on competing fascist nations. Oh yeah, there is a really competent sounding voice. Sarah Clark, I believe is her name. She's a fascist that works in the Naval Academy, and she had like a moment where she was on the socials before people realized that she was like a military fascist. But she pointed out that if Hitler had have like done his first wave of invasions and then stopped, the Germans probably would today see him as a very good leader. That his problem is that he pushed into Russia and he shouldn't have. But they were all like high on meth and just out of their minds. Like the fucking drug culture is, in my view, what really spurs them forward and takes them from being like a very scary authoritarian military force into crossing the Rubicon into just madness, right? Like, there's something to this but what's missing from the analysis, of course, is that capitalists can't stop, right? They can't stop themselves. They have to continue going. That's what capitalism's all about. That's what makes Donald Trump so scary today. Because right now he's doing this tariff thing. Well, what's next, right? And if you're going to sit there and be like slippery slope argument, John, okay, they're just doing what they're, it's like, no, but capitalism demands infinite growth eternally forever. What's next? What's the next barrier that they're going to push? What are they going to push over? What are they going to do? Eggs, good to see you, my man. Yeah, well, actually, it's nuanced. Yeah. Candace Owens was admitting something when she said the only issue is Hitler branched out of Germany. I mean, Candace Owens, dude, what a weird journey she's on right now, dude. Like, she's straight up defending Palestine. She's straight up calling the Israeli genocide a genocide. She's straight up willing to put her credentials and her career in the way because she's looking at that and calling it correctly. And she's still a piece of shit. Like, that's what's crazy. Like, she's still this weird, creepy piece of shit that argues for, like, wage slavery to exist, but it's like, but that's wrong. It's like, okay, cool. So for Candace, I think what it is that for Candace Owens, there is a bottom, right? Like, for a guy like Ben Shapiro, there's no bottom, right? But for Candace Owens, there is. So I guess we got to give her kudos. Congratulations, Candace. Like, Jiminy Cricket you actually were like, interesting. You actually do have a moral compass. It's just really covered in a lot of shit. Harry Hold'em, saying a lot in Twitch. How you doing over there, Harry? You got a lot of energy, eh? I hope you're doing well, my man. Sometimes people come in here and they're just excited that there's anybody that's saying things that sound reasonable to them. So, I value and appreciate it, I have to tell you. Like, it's what a time to be alive, eh? The rebranding Japan did after World War II needs to be highlighted more. Oh yeah, dude. Anime did it. It was all anime. 100%. Japan was just like, you know what we need to do? We all need to hunker down, make VCRs, and just make a bunch of cartoons. And that's straight up. Like, they made, like, Nintendo. Their goal post World War II is just straight up to entertain the Americans, more or less. Anime is soft propaganda. I'm of two minds. I am of two minds with anime, I have to say. Like, I do think that there are legitimate artists that are trying to express serious things through anime. I just watched Princess Mononoke again. You guys are going to hear me talk more about movies and theater because there's a theater just down the way from me, not that far from me. It's called the Fox Theater, and they play, just like on a Tuesday, they'll just play one screening of, like, Princess Mononoke, for example. This is where I watched No Other Land. They just did a single screening of it on a Tuesday. And I was like, cool. And so I'll just go. Which incidentally, I'm in love with that. I'm in love that I have this, like, local theater in my backyard that's just, like, playing random shit. And so, like, Princess Mononoke and, like, Miyazaki generally, like, he is a genius, right? And you do get, like, really interesting pieces of work, like Death Note. Certainly the first half of Death Note is really, really good and has something interesting to say about the human condition. Even something like Sailor Moon. Like, Sailor Moon is interesting. Dragon Ball Z, right? But I do think I also tend to agree that a lot of Japanese anime and in the entire industry of Japanese anime really exists in order to just be like, hey, just like us, we're not a threat to you. We're the guys that make the fun cartoons. Don't worry about Japan, everybody. We're just over here making fun, kawaii cartoons. Sometimes they're violent and dark and brooding, but that's okay because we're exploring the abstract artistic space. We ain't hurting nobody. We ain't hurting nobody over here in Japan. Exactly. We got Hello Kitty. We got Mario. How threatening can we be over here in the island nation of Japan? And then you take a look, like, literally one generation back. You take a look at what these guys were doing, like, right before World War II, and you're just like, oh, fuck. Like, maybe this place did need to, like, experience a major catastrophe. I do point out that the nuclear bombardment of Japan is, like, one of the largest crimes that humanity has ever committed against itself. But it's like, at the same time, I'm like, maybe they kind of had it coming. Maybe they kind of had it coming. Like, maybe, this is so bad. Now they're, like, disarmed, and all they're doing is making, like anime and hentai porn. You're just like, you stay on your little island, you weirdos, making cartoons. Eggs, yeah, Light is a pro-bourgeois dipshit. He would have killed Luigi instead of doing Luigi himself. Yeah, I think that's right. Like, Death Note doesn't have an explicit class analysis. It's not explicit, but definitely Light is exactly as you say. He's a pro-bourgeois dipshit. His conception of what is or is not crime or crime worthy is the conception of a child. And this is what's so telling about Death Note, I think, is that some people will watch Death Note and think and wish that Light had gotten away with it. They view Light as a protagonist, and that their long-term goal was to go along with Light for his ultimate victory, because they were on board with what Light's agenda was. Whereas there's another section of people who are like, no, what Light is doing is objectively wrong. That if Light actually wanted to use this in the manner that he speaks about it, then he should go after guys like Donald Trump, right? Like, the idea that we're going after, like, petty criminals, you know, guys that his dad arrests, just petty thugs, and that's somehow the core of society is childish. And it's Death Note really, especially the first half, because unfortunately, like, I think that capitalism got in the way of Death Note, just like it gets in the way of most things. And instead of ending the story in a very satisfactory way, they, like, ended the story and then were like, okay, give us more, because we want more capitalism, more forever. And so then they just did the first season again and introduced a couple of other characters, but it was way weaker because we'd already seen it. So it was like we were going through the same story again, kind of. So instead of having, like, this closed, tight story that resolved itself really well, we ended up with this, like, really amazing first act followed up by, like, clearly a sequel that was worse. So no, Death Note's great. You are wrong. You are wrong, Anemone. I mean, like, everybody's allowed to have their opinion. It's fine. I don't judge at all. And truth be told, I may be a bit biased with Death Note because Death Note was one of my early animes. You know how it is when you're like, when you watch some, like, a style or something for the first time, the first thing that really got you into it is it holds a sacred space, and it doesn't actually matter if it was good or bad, you know? So I think when it comes to Death Note, I can't be objective. Like one of my favorite animes for a long time was Bleach. I loved Bleach. The first season of Bleach was exceptionally good, in my view. And then I went back and tried to rewatch it, and I was like, ooh, yeah, I definitely forgot about that teddy bear character. Oh, yeah, I definitely forgot about this. And you're, like, really promoting Hellsing, eh? You're like, it's literally about Nazis. Even my all-time fave Claymore isn't as good as Hellsing. We need more explicit anti-Nazi media. Yeah, you know, you're selling this to me. You're super selling it to me. X-History writes, so what do you think about NATO? So, okay. Interesting question, History. So, NATO comes into existence post-World War II. It is a military alliance that includes, within its membership, the former Nazi state of Germany. Its explicit agenda, it's like literally paragraph 1, is the destruction of the Soviet Union. So the former Nazi state of Germany is in a military alliance with European allies in order to destroy the Soviet Union, reminding everybody that very, very, very in a short time previous, the Nazis had just invaded Russia and just killed 20 million Russian citizens. So on the face of it, NATO is very suspicious in my book. That NATO is immediately an alliance of nations that have united under a Nazi banner. Like, just take a look at the NATO flag. Let's just take a look at it very briefly, right? That'll be the one that I use. Like, if we just take a look at the NATO flag very quickly, and just to really highlight. So there's the NATO flag, right? Are we seeing anything of note? Are we seeing anything interesting on the NATO flag? I'll really highlight it for you. Make it really clear. How do I get this a little bit bigger? Nope. Oh, I'm failing. I'm the best at this. I'm so good, you guys. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. So like, what do we see here, right? I'll just roughly, right? What do we see here if we do something fun like that, right? What imagery do we see here, right? So like, if I'm a Soviet, right? I'm a guy who lives in the Soviet Union. I'm just like a normal, everyday, happy little Soviet guy, and I see the former Nazi state that just murdered 200 million of my comrades joining forces with other European nations under a single banner, and this is their flag. The very first thing I'm going to see is pretty much exactly what I just pointed out. Right? Like it's going to be absolutely number one, highest possible on the radar, is that I'm going to see this Nazi swastika pretty nakedly. So, okay. NATO claims, hey, yo, we're just a defensive alliance. You guys did come over here, right? You guys did come over here. And the Soviets are like, yeah, we came over there after you came over here. You're just mad that we fought back. And so there's a general negotiation that happens, right? And the agreement that is generally reached upon is, okay, cool, NATO, a defensive military alliance, can be there, that's fine. It cannot come any closer. It cannot encroach 1 inch to the east. We here in the Soviet Union, we here in Russia, are fine with NATO existing, but if you come on over here, big fucking red flag for us. Big red flag for us. We don't trust you. You have a former Nazi state inside of you that did invade us. So chill out. Well, in the 1990s, Clinton, the demon that he is, encroached to the east, right? Took a bunch of territories from here, right? I forget exactly where the line went, but it's like from here to here, basically. The Russians lose their shit, right? And are just like, whoa, red alert, red alert, red alert, red alert. That's a big problem, right? The dismantling of the Soviet Union happens. There's through this period of time, that actually happens before the encroachment. It's fine. And then there's further encroachment, right? Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, huge red flags. Now we're sharing a border. Now NATO has a border with Russia, and Russia is able to sort of keep a cap on it, because this is not good territory to bring shit through. It's not a really good invasion route, right? You don't want to move big troops through here, right? Ukraine is the traditional route. Ukraine is the route that that Napoleon took to invade Russia. It's the route that the Germans took in World War I. It's the route that Hitler took, right? Ukraine is the way to do it. You want to get into Moscow? You go through Ukraine. So Ukraine is like the red light. No one is allowed to take over Ukraine. That Russia needs Ukraine to be neutral. Neutral state. Do not align yourself with NATO. And it's like the brightest possible red line. The Russians could not have been screaming about it louder. And it's especially the truth because of the destruction of Libya. That NATO was pretty wise, I thought, in regards to the invasion of Iraq. There were NATO member states that said we're not going to do that. And they did stand up and they did say, like France is a big one. And America said, well, we're going to do it with or without you. Heh, right? And they went in. But so this whole thing was not a NATO operation. Very steadily over time, it's become a NATO operation. But it's been, but the entire rest of the world has been pretty, not forgiving, like forgiving's not the right word, but been pretty like soft on NATO for the war on terror because they see how NATO was sort of drawn into it all. That the blame of this whole thing really does lie at the feet of the Bush administration. And I feel like the Republican Party has paid pretty dearly for the war on terror. That Trump rises to ascendancy by criticizing the war on terror. He defeats Jeb Bush in the primaries, which is crazy. And most of the world is also actually kind of soft on America for the war on terror. Right? Like the rest of the world sees like, oh yeah, the Twin Towers came down. There's a huge moment, big emotions. There's at least a theoretical through line, right? There's this theoretical through line that says, okay, I got hit. Now I got to hit you back. Right? So we're going to go into this area. We're going to get Osama. We're going to mess up a whole stuff, follow some of our interests. And so there's like a thought pattern there that makes sense to the rest of the world. And the rest of the world is like critical of the war on terror, but not like this is some Nazi shit, right? That's not where the world is. The rest of the world starts to take the Nazi pivot against America with the destruction of Libya. And the reason why the destruction of Libya is such a huge moment in global politics is that it was done so cold-bloodedly. This was straight up Nazism. Like just straight up, no excuses, no Cassius Belli, no justification. Just, we don't like this guy, so we're going to go in there and kill him and destroy his country. Straight up, that's what it was. And it had the full backing of NATO. So, and this was under Obama. Right? So the Grand Prince Obama, winner of the Peace Prize, the Nobel Peace Prize, the most discredited prize in human history, they go into Libya, they kill Gaddafi, and now Libya goes from being the most prosperous nation in Africa to being a literal slave state with open slave markets. It's abhorrent what NATO did to Libya and what the Americans did to Libya. Vladimir Putin criticizes this action heavily. This is the moment that China begins like a pretty strong pivot away from America and the idea of Americanism. This is the moment when BRICS begins to start to come up. And very shortly thereafter, you have the 2008 financial collapse that happens in America, furthering that along with swiftness. And then finally, it all kind of culminates. NATO's journey, if you like it, culminates ultimately in the 2014 coup of Ukraine and the provocation of Russia, which leads to the current conflict that exists in Ukraine today. So I don't have much love for NATO. I do regard them as being a hostile, aggressive military force in the world. They definitely have done more harm than good, for sure. It's a thing that exists for its own sake now. And they definitely are not a defensive alliance. X History writes, I know why NATO was made, but without NATO, Russia would invade a lot of Europe countries. I don't know that that's true. Like, it is kind of silly to say that a country that just receded is going to suddenly snap back and start gobbling territory up, right? Like, before 1991, Ukraine, Belarus, all of this was part of the Soviet Union, right? And then in the 1990s, the Soviet Union collapses, as they say, and these territories gain their independence. So you're telling me that as a country is receding its national borders and is granting independence to other nations, that it's actually a threat to spring forward. I just don't get the argument. It just doesn't make sense. Like, how can it be both? How is it both that they're receding but they're actually forward? How is it that they're in decline but they're actually in ascension? Like, it just doesn't compute. And really, like, the military actions that happened throughout the Cold War period for Russia are, again, these very like they go into Afghanistan, and from the American perspective, this is viewed as a war of aggression, but there is evidence to suggest that there were Afghani forces there that wanted support from Russia. And I think the whole, like, we'll drain their economy in an endless war and that'll lead to their collapse is just, like, way, way over-argued. I just don't think that there is actually much traction to that in reality. That the thing that really starts to kill Russia is its own internal rising oligarchy doesn't get checked by its Politburo. This oligarchy becomes sympathetic to foreign capital, and so they start to hold on to the neoliberal principles, right? The money will trickle down. All we got to do is get rid of all these state enterprises, and then the money will trickle down, right? And it just didn't. Aver Will, I do have to read this comment because I don't know what you mean. First time chatter. Communism is the Borky cope. Anybody want to decode that for me? Oh, brokey. Oh, the brokey cope. So it's just fascism, right? Like, it's just work harder, right? Like, you just got a grind set, make more money up, right? Just some Andrew Tate shit. Is that what it's going to be? It's kind of boring, dude. Like, at least try to spell it right the first time. It really undercuts yourself when you kind of make yourself look stupid like that. X History says, I didn't understand you. You mean Latvia wants back to Russia? My English not that. No. What I mean, though, like, on the point of Russia is a threat to actually take territory over in Europe, right, post World War II, I get why people would be concerned about that. But once the Soviet Union recedes and collapses, that threat is over, right? Like you can't simultaneously recede and go forward. And so before that, I do think that the NATO countries are concerned that the Soviet Union might do something like that. But the truth is that the Soviet Union was destroyed. Like, the Russians were destroyed. They lost 20 million people. I don't know why that doesn't sink in. Like, I don't know why everybody's just like, yeah, 20 million people, moving on. No, man. Like, at that time, that's the entire population of Canada. Like, the entire population of Canada being wiped out in a war. So, like, today would be half the population of Canada. It's just incredible. It's an incredible number. It's wild to believe that that's real. And so the Soviets are basically licking their wounds post-World War II. Like, they're trying to rebuild, and they're doing everything they can to make sure that they don't get invaded again. They're not making invasion plans. Like, that's not really their big shtick. They're small-scale military operations, sure, but, like, they're not, like, full-scale mobilization, let's get into Germany. Like, if that was their attitude, they would have never left. I just don't see how you can see the Soviet Union as anything other than steadily moving out of Europe, right? Aver Will is obviously a narcissist. Yeah, just make good decisions in life. Yeah, sure, bud. I'm a third wonder. I live in Russia, St. Petersburg, retired at 24. Yeah, sure, dude, because it was your own decisions, right? Certainly not your conditions where you were born. Absolutely not. What's your excuse, First Worlder? I'm going to ask you, do you believe in the statistics? I just think that you're not an intelligent person. That's all. Like, you're not a grown-up. You were probably born rich, and you're not competent enough to realize it. Like, your brain isn't fully formed. So you, and you actually haven't done a self-analysis of yourself, right? And so you think that you are where you are because you're great, when you sound like an idiot. Like, you just sound like a very dumb person. Like typing a U with the U. My conditions, poor family, made most of my money from Telegram. Like, doing what? So you're not even close to rich. Then what are you bragging about? Like, bro. Like, Aver Will, dude. Like, you're coming in here with your cock wagging out, bragging about how great you are, talking about how I'm the one that's coping, but now you're saying you're not even rich? Like, I just don't know where you're at here, bud. Okay, and now you're just being insulting. So you are too stupid to talk to, my man. It really is that simple. Like, here's a life lesson for you. You're not going to take it because I think you're too stupid to. But no one is going to care what you think if you talk this way to people. Like, all you have done is confirmed everything I believe completely. So congratulations, dude. You are the justification for my worldview. Hope you feel proud of that. Too stupid to talk to, my man. Bye. Nope. Yeah, and the last thing he says is ban cope. Yeah, no, dude, nobody wants to keep you around. You're an ugly person. Like, it's just ugly. Like, if you walked into my house and took a shit in the middle of my house, I would kick you out. And if all you had to say was LOL ban cope, like, the fact that you don't see how stupid that is pretty much tells the story. Some people are just too stupid to talk to, man. Like, it's crazy. It's sort of odd because I just had to do 2 bans. I'm just a little concerned that maybe I accidentally... No? Okay. Like, this is the problem, right? Like, we just had it displayed in front of us. So I think we have to thank this Averwill guy for being the perfect display of exactly the problems of capitalism. Like, just some young idiot who made a chunk of change, probably scamming people on Telegram, right? Probably just doing a scam, and then comes on here to brag about it and insult me. It's like, yeah, a guy like that is the reason why capitalism fails and is a failed system. Like, just more proof for the pudding. X History writes, so in my opinion, Russia could attack Latvia. I know Latvians are really scared about Russia. This is why NATO helps them. Again, though, it just doesn't make sense. Like, Latvia used to be part of the Soviet Union. Like, why would Russia give up Latvia only to then turn around and reclaim Latvia? Like, it doesn't actually make sense. That said, I understand why people would be concerned about it. That's true. Like, Russia is very big, Latvia very small. So, like, I get it. Like, from an emotional level, it's like, yeah, very scary. But the moment you zoom it out, right, and you look at global politics, and you don't pick a side, you're just like, this is what's going on. These are the events that are occurring, right? From Russia's perspective, NATO encroachment is terrifying. Like, nothing is scarier for the Russians than the NATO encroachment, right? And it's always just one more. Just one more. Just a little bit 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 more. And the Russians are like, nah, we're good. No more, little more. Anemone writes, I think that's a kid. I mean, he's in his early 20s. He said so. Like, but like, this is a problem, right? This is what capitalism is doing. It's making our youth stupid. Like, Gen Z is voting conservative. Gen Z is voting for Trump. Like, capitalism is creating brain rot in the society and is creating just these absolute dullards who are genuinely too stupid to talk to. Like, you can't actually have a reasoned discussion with them because they think they're important when they're not at all important. Like, it's just wild. And like some kid manages to scam an elderly couple out of some money, and then all of a sudden he's the coolest guy around. It's sort of wild. Anemone writes, the reason Koreans feel animosity towards China is probably similar, if not the same, as to why Latvians fear Russia. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, I think that what's going on, like, in North Korea, South Korea, Japan, like Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, like India, all of this, Mongolia, even Russia, right? Everybody's watching China just go. It's like a dragon. It's like a dragon Leviathan has sprung out of the earth and is just like, in this moment, just now going, and just like stretching its limbs out. And it's finally gotten to a point where it's like settled down and is now looking. Now it's looking, right? That in the dangest years, China's foreign policy was just don't do nothing. Just observe, but don't do nothing. And then the transition from Deng to Xi Jinping, now like the dragon is online, right? The dragon is online, and now the dragon is not like observing out into the world to see if anything is coming to threaten it. Now it's observing out into the world to see, and this is what people are afraid of. I'm not saying this is what it's doing, but this is what people are afraid of. That now it's looking out into the world to see if it can seize something, to see if it can take something, right? Like, the rise of China from the perspective of Japan, Korea, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, like, it's got to be terrifying. Terrifying. It's completely Sometimes people have great names. Sometimes people have great names, and it's absolutely worth reading out loud. We've got a dissenting voice, very serious, authoritative person by the name of Guess Who Farted This Guy. Actually, I'm here to correct your opinion on that issue. You seem to be talking out of order here, and so you gotta listen to Guess Who Farted This Guy. Guess Who Farted This Guy's gonna take the floor, you guys. We're gonna put this guy in his place. Now's the time for everybody to listen to Guess Who Farted This Guy. My opinion on China has got to be the most accurate one in the room, so everybody pay attention to me. Guess who farted this guy? Good start, my man. Good start. You clearly have not been to China. I'd love to go to China. China looks great. You would be put in jail by CCP authorities. Just boring. Cuban police. Boring. PLO and Hamas because you're a streamer. If you live in any flags in the background, they would put you... just boring, dude. Like... Just like... Look, man, like, my advice to you, dude, my man, the best thing for you to do, okay? Really, and I really want you to listen to this. Just stop typing, right? Stop typing because you don't listen with your fingers, right? Here's your ears. Please actually attempt to listen to this. Because it's really important. Like, it's really important. You should hear this. The best thing for you to do is to acknowledge that you don't know anything about China. And that you don't know anything about communism. That's the best thing for you to do. That speaking as though you are an authority on a subject that you are illiterate on simply makes you look foolish. So, reel it back. Because they were stealing IP. So get this, guys. Why you are not a geopolitical expert? I mean, anybody can really be a geopolitical expert if you try. I have been to China. We moved a factory out of China because they were stealing IP. Yeah, of course they were. Like, the concept of intellectual property is a capitalist idea. And it's a stupid one. Oh, now you're just breaking rule 2. If you can't have basic manners, my man, then you're not worth talking to. Like, if you're too stupid to not understand that you should be polite, then you are too stupid to talk to. So, just acknowledge that you're illiterate. You'll do better in life. Like, I don't know why a person thinks that they can just swing their dick around and insult somebody and expect a person to keep them around. Like, it's just sort of weird. X-History, I gotta tell you, X-History, you're actually being quite polite, I have to say. Like, I know that you don't agree with everything that I'm saying, for sure. I get that vibe from you. But I do want to point out, and it's always worth it to me to point out, especially as I've done several bands now, that you're being very polite and very kind and just asking questions and just hearing what I'm having to say, and you're being very nice. And so I'd like to point that out because that matters a lot to me, you know? Like, I'll have conversations with people I disagree with as long as they're treating me with respect and dignity. And we've had a couple of people in here who made it very clear that they had no intention of treating me with respect and dignity. And so I would just want to thank you for that. Oh, I suspect you do history. That's beautiful. So history writes, in Hamas, there are no women's rights. What do you think about that? I don't think any Westerner is allowed to criticize Palestine or Hamas. We are actively committing a genocide against them. It is naked. They live stream it. Like the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, literally post the genocide they're committing on Facebook. It's right in front of your face. It's as naked as it could possibly be. We are providing them the armaments and the funding they need in order to enact that genocide. So, however Palestinians or any organizations that exist within them choose to organize themselves, we have absolutely no right to have an opinion. You can pretend as though you do, but I don't care. Like, stop bombing them, stop destroying them, stop ripping up their land, stop shooting unarmed children in the streets, stop incarcerating and torturing them, stop raping them, like, stop treating them like animals, stop training your children to treat them like animals, and then maybe we can start to have a conversation about whether or not the cultural practices they hold have any veracity or validity. Like, I just don't know why I would ever listen to any Westerner on the subject. Well, XD writes, people are still talking like this post I show speed streams. Yeah, and it's just like that last guy that I had to ban. It's like pretty obvious that like he had been to this is his claim anyway, that he went to China, they put a factory there, and then they had to pull out because the Chinese communists were acting like communists. And it's like, yeah, that common communism L, or communism win, right? Like capitalist L. Like, you guys did no research. You didn't know anything about what you were getting into. You went there, you lost, and then you left. Sounds like a communism win to me. And given the way he was acting, it couldn't have happened to a better guy. This is probably the third account of that guy that got banned. Yeah, that does happen. XD writes, at this point, the people who still regurgitate the more insane anti-China propaganda are turbo chuds. Even a lot of shit libs are starting to doubt the propaganda. I mean, I don't know how you could maintain it. Like, I just don't know how you could maintain it. Like we have eyes. Like, we can talk to these people, you know? Like, the system of communication is global. You can literally just talk to the people and just be like, hey, what's your day-to-day life look like? And then they show you their day-to-day life, and you're like, that's kind of just like my life, but a little bit better. Like, and that's the thing that I think's really killing it for lots of people. Like, there's tons of people who are just like, oh yeah, that thing that Chinese person is doing looks an awful lot like the life that I'm living, except they pay less rent, prices are cheaper, their streets look cleaner, and they have a high-speed transit system. And, like, sure, they probably have some negatives, right? There's probably things in their society that they'd like to improve on, right? But the other big difference is that they seem to have a government that actually cares about doing that, right? Like, our government doesn't give a shit about that at all. Our government doesn't care about improving the quality of life of the citizenry even a little, right? They're barely pretending like they do. Like, the current administration in America is actually saying things will get harder for you under the promise that, well, then it will get better. So just hold your breath until that happens. Yeah, exactly. Well, the natives didn't treat me like a king. Well, I held on to my shitty capitalist ideas like intellectual property. What a shitty idea. Intellectual property. What a terrible idea. Like, you think about capitalist innovation, and it's like, so every single time anybody wants to do anything, you need to reinvent the wheel. It's ridiculous. Enmity, yeah, it's not the time and place to be critical in any way of Palestinians. Maybe if they weren't being genocided, we could have a productive conversation about Islam in general, but not right now. Yeah. Which is the exact same thing that we did through the war on terror. It's why I think guys like Sam Harris are just total shitbags, right? For some reason, Sam Harris sticks around. I keep seeing him from time to time, like little glimpses of him here and there. And I'm just like, yeah, dude, I don't forget what you were during the war on terror, how you justified torture, how you were saying that we should bomb Islam because it's Islam. Like, get the fuck out of here, Harris. Piece of shit. Garden State writes, I've been recommended very pro-Taiwan Instagram pages lately, and they have a large following. Yeah. Oh, man. Imagine being such a boring person that you actually took the time. That's hilarious. Dude, is there anything worse than a person who spends time to insult someone on the internet? Like, you're not even trying to help anybody. It's just... Like, dude, so you're telling me that you are such a loser that you signed in to an account on YouTube, subscribed to my channel, waited the time period that you have to wait in order to comment, only to instantaneously get yourself banned before I even read your comment. My man, I really think that you got to accept something about yourself. Like, I really do think now is the moment. Now is the time. This is ugly behavior. This is ugly behavior. This is something that you need to work on. This is something that you gotta look in the mirror and you gotta think to yourself, boy, howdy, do people not like me because I'm acting this way. This is ugly ass behavior. People don't like it, and they're not going to like you. 100%. So take this as your moment. Take this as your wake-up call. Take this seriously. Because if you're acting even 1/10 of this way to the people around you, they are working to push you out. I would. Ugly behavior, dude. Ugly. Yeah, bro needs to go back to his brain rot Aiden Ross live stream. Yeah. Yeah, this chat is for grown folk. That's right. Like, being able to hold polite conversation, even with people you disagree with, is a sign of maturity. Real simple, straightforward, basic human stuff. Be polite. Be kind. Try to understand somebody's position. Try to live a moment in their life and in their shoes. And if you insult them, they have literally no reason to take you seriously at all. Like, that's the part about this whole experience from my perspective that's so damning for you. Is that all you have done is entrenched me further in my worldview. Like, you haven't convinced me of anything except that what I think is correct. And should you come back around and try again, it will just deepen that. So, like, there's absolutely no win for you here. And from my view, it's just kind of like, just gets a little sad. Like, oh, I definitely should have brought this one up. Shoot, I forgot about it. Shoot. Oh, well. Yeah, print this out and put it up at workplaces. Yeah. People sure do love the taste of boots. It does seem to be the case, right? Like, person makes a little bit of money scamming people on Telegram, and they think that they're hot shit. It's sort of wild. Here's another good one. That's another good one. This is more for the ignorance is bliss crowd. I got to remember that I have these and actually use them. Because, like, grind set. Making you work weekends is a hard sacrifice, but it's one I'm willing to make. Yep. Love this little meme I found. Cory Booker doing a fake filibuster for 25 hours and then immediately voting with Republicans to keep sending bombs to Israel so they can keep killing civilians is peak Democrat behavior. Yeah. That basically nails it. I know that the Cory Booker filibuster is, which incidentally technically ends up not being a filibuster because he wasn't actually filibustering a bill. He was just doing it, right? They hadn't put forward a bill, so he wasn't filibustering. And then when the filibuster ended, they immediately votes with Republicans to keep arming Israel. It's like, there you go. There's your Democrats, right? Performative, right? Their objective, their goal. No, he didn't do it for funsies, right? And actually from a performative position, from a performative, on a critique of performance, that was S tier, man. What Cory Booker did was serious performance. Like, that's a real thing that he did, man. And no one can take it from him, right? He's, in terms of performances, right up there. And it's important that Democrats do those kinds of performances. It's the reason why Chuck Schumer is like, we're so proud of you, right? Because it's not relevant to policy. But it is relevant to cultural manufacture, right? To manufacturing culture. And the culture that the Democrats are trying to manufacture and are failing to manufacture now because it's getting obvious, is they're trying to manufacture a culture that says that they actually care about you when they don't, right? And for a little while, we were able to buy into that idea that they cared about us, but now we can no longer buy into that idea that they care about us. Like, if you're willing to commit a genocide against a people, you're willing to commit a genocide against me. Full stop. And so that's exactly what this Cory Booker moment captures in like pristine perfection. They couldn't have done a better job illustrating the point that I make about the Democrats, which is that they exist only for people who are willing to do genocides but want to pretend like they feel bad about it. That's it. It's the only reason the Democrats exist. That you want somebody to say, I really care about trans people before committing a genocide. You really want somebody to be like, I stand for LGBTQ rights while they drop the bombs, right? Like, that's what you want as a Democrat. And you don't really want higher wages. You don't really want a better quality of life for yourself or your children, right? If you were, you absolutely would have abandoned the Democratic Party 30 years ago, right? Because at the end of the day, the Democrats and the Republicans are allies. They work together. One is the good cop, one is the bad cop. And Cory Booker shows you exactly what a good cop would do. I'm here fighting as hard as I can when it's as meaningless as it possibly could be in a performative manner. And the moment this is over, I'm just going to put on my jackboots and walk in lockstep like the rest of you. And all the Republicans know what he's doing. Like, that's the part about it, right? Like, the thing that's beginning to happen now is that because this group of Republicans are so crass and stupid, and disgusting, right? They're just disgusting people. They have no sense of like awareness, and they have no sense of awareness of the systems that they promote. And so And so they know their view of the Democrats is that they're doing the same thing, right? But they're too stupid to say, to keep a lid on it. So they know that what he's doing is performance. They know the game that they're playing, right? And so they're willing to out the whole bag. AK, I have to believe that you're not being serious. AK comes in, President Trump doing a great job so far. Agreed? No. I'm just gonna say full stop, full-throatedly, no. I don't think the United States, and I don't think Donald Trump is doing a good job. I'm going to full-throatedly say, with the full force of my being, I don't think Donald Trump is doing a good job. You know, guys, hold on a second, guys. Wait a minute. I think that Donald Trump might be lying to us. I don't think he's doing a good job. AK, I think you just have unreasonable expectations, Canadian commie. Nah. Like, Donald Trump is obviously a grifter. Like, what he's doing is obviously grifting everybody. It's a pump and dump scheme, what he's doing. Pretty much everything he's doing is going to be a disaster. He's crossing so many red lines that it's just going to be a catastrophe. Harry Hold'em, well, he is more fun than Biden. Yeah, because he can talk. Right? How fun is it to watch this guy? You know, here in the United States of America, we're the greatest. America is the greatest country in America, and we stand for you know, George Washington said that if we fool me once, shame on fool me again, you know, you're not gonna get, like, how fun is that? Like, at least Donald Trump is like, we're taking over Canada. Like, what? No, you're not. The time Biden went, you know the thing. You know the thing. You know, it's relatable. I've definitely had times where I've been like, you know, the thing. The thing. And like, AK, sovereignty, freedom. Just buzzwords, dude. Like, just meaningless like sovereignty, freedom. Like, what Donald Trump is doing is 100% going to make Americans less sovereign and less free. Like, his entire thesis, his entire theory is stupid. Compared to China, we're pretty free, bro. We're pretty free. Sort of depends on what you mean by freedom. Like, if you are free to own a slave, I would argue that you do not live in a free society. Like, what do you mean by free? What's free? What's freedom? What is that? Why do you feel more free? Right? Like if I took you and abandoned you into the middle of the ocean, you're free to swim as much as you like. Freedom, right? Like, what's this freedom that we're talking about? What is that? Because I hear that a lot. And yet when I stand up and challenge the concept of freedom and ask, what's freedom? I don't get a lot of action back. Free to speak out and rebel. Okay. You can do that in China. What's the problem? There's very robust protest movements in China. During the COVID crisis, the reason why China ended the lockdown is because there was a big protest movement. And so China finally went, okay, the people are speaking, big protest movement. So, AK writes, do the communists have a political party in Canada? Often destroyed, but they exist. Are there anti-communist parties in China? I don't know why the Chinese communists would allow a fascist party. So probably like, no, dude. Like, China learned its lesson. It's it's a lesson that we have yet to learn. Like, don't let fascists have a party. Pretty straightforwardly. So to you, freedom is fascist party, right? I think that your version of freedom you can keep. You can have it. Like, if freedom leads you to Nazism or fascism, I'm not interested in your freedom. Just completely not interested. Yeah. At what cost? What cost? Sure, we got rid of all the Nazis and the fascists, and everybody's happy about it. But at what cost? The cost of my abstract concept of freedom that I can't really articulate properly. The freedom to be a Nazi. The freedom. Like the freedom to own a person, right? Like, yeah, like, it's wild that you're reprimanded for saying people shouldn't own 4 yachts. Yeah. Sure, we have kittens, replicators, free energy, abolishment of poverty, but what about freedom? At what cost? At what terrible cost will we bear this? Pink razors. That's right, goddammit. It was all for pink razors. We wiped out those populations for pink razors. Freedom! AK writes, so you're saying you don't support democracy, a system with more than one party? There's like 30 parties in China. Here, hold on. 30 might be an overstatement. National People's Congress. The National People's Congress is the highest organ of state yabba yabba. Yeah, so it's dominated by the communists, which makes sense. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other parties. And when you actually listen to interviews by the membership of those parties, they feel as though they are heard within the Congress. That the CCP does a really good job of integrating their ideas and thoughts into the party idea. If you care to actually go listen to them, right? Like, in America, the American conception of democracy is that a small group of people make all the decisions sometime, and then those people get pushed out, and then another small group of people come in and make counteracting decisions, and that's called democracy in America. So there's a constant 1 step forward, 2 steps back that happens in America. Like, the cleanest example of this that I can give is just Jimmy Carter putting solar panels on the White House and then Ronald Reagan taking those solar panels off the White House. Like, that's American democracy. Just a small group of people constantly fighting against another small group of people while the populace watches them do it. And that's democracy. Whereas in China, democracy means electing a representative who then represents you, and then things happen on your behalf. And that's what democracy means in China. Like, they're constantly trying to build on what their predecessor left behind, right? They're not trying to tear it down and then do their own thing, usually to just fuel their own bank account, which is all politics has become in America. Just a series of vanity projects, right? Like, American politicians aren't really politicians, right? Not in the kind of classical sense, not in the sense of what a politician actually is, right? Like, you sort of expect a little bit of corruption out of a politician, right? Like, it'd be childish to think that a politician wouldn't, abuse his power a little. right? Yeah, maybe he's getting a nicer meal than he needs to get. Yeah, maybe he's taking a nicer flight than he needs to take. Sure, maybe he's getting a nicer pair of shoes than he needs to get, right? This sort of small scale corruption. You expect it. But what we're seeing now is just that the office itself is corrupt. Like, they're operating for their own interests exclusively. They're not even trying to fulfill the theoretical reason for their existence, which is to somehow benefit you. AK writes, do you support having a supreme ruler or an elected president? AK, man, like, I just don't think you know how Chinese politics works. Like, the way Chinese politics works, like, this is the National People's Congress. You can go read about this, right? It's free on Wikipedia. You go look at it. And the way this works is that this body, the National People's Congress, is an elected body. And it's almost 3,000 people. It's an elected body that gets elected once every 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. So once every 10 years, is it 10 years? I can't find the exact thing because they keep changing this thing. It's annoying. In any case, this organization is responsible for electing a larger executive body. And then that organization is responsible for maintaining smaller control groups, right? Which all circle back around and are ultimately controlled by the Congress itself. So the process by which Xi Jinping becomes the leader of China was through this process. And so if Xi Jinping decides to go off the rails and starts tanking the Chinese economy so that he can fill his own coffers with wealth, the way that Donald Trump has in America, yeah, this organization will remove him. Like, the idea that Xi Jinping is walking around as a supreme leader is frankly a childish idea. It's straight up not how it works. Like, is Xi Jinping supposed to be making decisions? Sure. But do you know what he does, like, all day? He has meetings with everybody around him. And so that he can make clear-headed decisions that ultimately need to have approval from the National People's Congress itself. And if his decisions are not clear-minded, people criticize, right? And so this notion that Xi Jinping, or that the leader of China, like Deng or Mao, was like, you may have had some credibility saying that kind of thing with Mao, but only because Mao was such a popular figure in China, for obvious reasons, that he could do anything he wanted, and nobody was going to get in his way, right? Like, I would argue that the Cultural Revolution was his how to say this properly. Like, I don't think that any other leader could have ever gotten away with it. That any other leader would have absolutely, like, right away, that would have been kiboshed. The political system would have turned against anybody else. It was only Mao. Only Mao could have done it. And he could have only got away with, and he only did it, and only got away with it, rather, because the people of China loved him. They loved him, and they believed that he was trying to do what was right for them. And that they were willing to go through it because they believed in this narrative of, we'll take these hardships and it'll make us stronger in the long term. But everybody in China acknowledges that the Cultural Revolution just is not, we're not going to do that anymore. Like, that's not a thing. It was terrible. It's a terrible period of time. And so if you wanted to talk about, like, supreme leader stuff, like, that's the moment. But in terms of the structure of the National People's Congress, how it functions, who it's electing, how you, the process that you have to go through to attain leadership through the National People's Congress and through that system, like, to make the claim that you're getting a supreme leader of some kind out of that, I just don't think you know what you're talking about. Like, really. That is true. Trump was fully against the Iraq War, unlike Biden and Obama. That's true. That's how Trump initially ascends into his position, I think. Like, as clear as it gets, to me, the clearest moment that it gets is when he was up against Jeb Bush. Like, in the first Republican primary, the way the media was talking about the primaries is sort of that Jeb Bush was going to be the presumptive winner, which makes sense. That's like pretty clear Machiavellian politics, right? Like, if people have to choose between a name they don't know and a name they do know, they'll go with the name they know. And Bush was a name that people knew. Unfortunately, so was Trump. People did know the name of Trump. And Trump was willing to stand beside Jeb Bush and condemn him and his family for the Iraq War. And I think that gave him a lot of credibility. I think that lots of people took a look at that and said, yeah, fuck yeah. You can see that with and Trump wasn't the first person to gain a certain amount of notoriety in the Republican Party for doing that. Ron Paul did that. Like, Ron Paul stood up and said he was against the Iraq War. He was always against the Iraq War. He voted against the Iraq War. He was the only Republican to vote against the Iraq War. And that gained him a lot of credibility, I thought. And I think a lot of people agreed. I think they saw what Ron Paul did and was like, yeah, that gives him a lot of credibility. And so I think you're right that Donald Trump gains a lot of credibility from standing against the Iraq War in rhetoric. It's Donald Trump's actions that are concerning. We've got a fellow by the name of Not Ickle. I don't support Canada. Cool. Yeah, the Taiwan Democratic Self-Government League is a party in China. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of propaganda in the world. None more virulent and none more effective than propaganda about something you don't know. If you don't know anything about a country, and if you don't know anything about a people, then you can believe anything you're told about them. And the real truth is that most people in the world are very similar. Most people are more similar to one another than they are different. And the the differences that exist are mainly cultural differences. Mainly just like, you wear your hair this way, I wear my hair this way. Type differences that are superficial and skin deep. And that once you penetrate them, you see that they're people like your people, right? They piss and shit. They see members of the opposite sex and they get sexually attracted, right? They like to play sports and have fun laughing at cartoons and shit, right? They have moments when they feel bad about themselves and they wish that they were doing better. They have moments of confidence where they're striving. They love their parents. They're trying to do everything they can for their family around them, right? They're trying to be well liked. They're trying to tell the truth and see what they can do to fit in and be part of the world while trying to make sense of the reality that they're a part of, right? That's literally every human being that exists, and so we don't have a and so it's easy for us to fall for propaganda. Like, we fall for it all the time, especially when we don't know anything about the subject. I'm sorry, this nautical guy is actually really funny. He's I don't support pretend notions like Canada. I support island or nautical nations like Bikini Bottom. Yeah, thoughts on Atlantis? AK writes, he's also better than Bush Sr., Reagan, Carter, and Ford too. I think that time will tell. And Donald Trump, I think, is going to be universally seen as a grifter because his policies will fail because he doesn't actually care about policies. Like, the only thing that Donald Trump is trying to do is make money for Donald Trump. Because if he thinks about legacy at all, the only legacy he cares about is is making sure that his son is really rich. And that's it. What if his policies don't fail? They do. Like, they literally already have. Like, I don't see a path forward. Like, it's like telling me like we've poured the gas on the house, soaked in, so it's soaked into the wood. We've lit the match, and the house is currently on fire. And you're standing there saying, well, what if it doesn't burn? Like, first of all, Trump doesn't really have policies, right? Like, tariffs is not a policy. And if you look at the history of tariffs in America, they've always been a disaster. Like, they're not a good idea. And very clearly, what Donald Trump is doing is enacting tariffs so that he can take the money that the tariffs make and pay for a tax cut for the rich. That's pretty much straightforward. And the only economic line that follows anymore is the neoliberal line, which has been so discredited that it's essentially a religious ideology. Like, the analogy that I use for modern day economics is sorry guys, just got a troll in the chat. Not worth talking to. The analogy that I'm using about modern day economics as it stands in the world today is it's very akin to the history of phrenology. So if you're unfamiliar with what phrenology is, right? Phrenology was a scientific theory back in like the late 1800s, early 1900s that said if we measure a person's cranium, we can say something about their brain, right? And we can make diagnoses of neurological disorders and of personality traits based on the measurement of the cranium. Sounds silly. This was a real theory that was really around in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Queen Victoria held like a lecture symposium. There was a very respected body of scientists who are focused on phrenology, right? Well, phrenology is obviously false, right? And also a bit racist, frankly. Like, oh, well, this black person has a cranium like this, so that must mean he's inferior, right? And there was a lot of that happened because of phrenology, for sure. And so it had a denouement, and it fell out of public consciousness because people were like, not real. It was discredited. It wasn't able to produce results. It wasn't able to be predictive, right? We are experiencing the same thing with neoliberal economics. That neoliberal economics starts as a scientific theory, starts as an idea presented as a science, but now has been discredited thoroughly. And because the people who are supportive of it are the wealth holders. They have to continue with it as an idea, and so it's morphed into a religious ideology. Which is where we are today. AK writes, prices are down, gas price too, keep coping. Like, yeah, it's amazing what happens when, you stop sending oil to a war, right? Like, and like, AK, you're just getting caught in this dynamic of like, there's a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. That the truth is that like world events matter more to prices than a single capitalist, and that both Biden and Trump are essentially allies with one another. Like it's just sort of odd that there still remains this idea that somehow Trump and Biden are enemies or antagonists with one another. Like one's the carrot, one's the stick, and that's the way it's always been in American politics. And woke potato, I tend to agree with your sentiment regarding neoliberalism. Yeah, Twitch is predominantly a gamer platform. That's right. I feel like I need to put up like a man running. I love this one. This is from Warren Gunnels. Corporate greed is Cal-Maine, the largest producer of eggs, more than tripling its profits after raising the price of eggs by 212% and getting $42 million in corporate welfare from U.S. taxpayers. Don't blame bird flu. Blame corporate greed and extreme concentration of ownership. Nautical. You should make a rule banning politics in chat. Interesting, Nautical. Interesting. A politics live stream banning the discussion of politics in chat. Interesting idea. Interesting theory. But prices are going down, though. Yeah. Like, there has been a decline in gas prices. That has happened. We've seen that here in Canada. But that has a lot more to do with, like, there's been a general settling of war. Like, if the United States military didn't exist, gas prices would plummet. Right? And like if the wars ended, gas prices would plummet. So like it's the idea that Donald Trump coming into office and then 2 months later gas prices are lower, it's not actually a real thing. Yeah. Wait till summer. No, you're not wrong, dude. Once the summer hits, they'll jack the prices back up. The flattest wages in modern times cancels it out for sure. Radio Halifax, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we're in like just such an odd moment because it's so weird. It's so weird to talk to a person who is actually like a diehard Trump supporter. It's like I just don't get it. Like, I understand being caught in the Republican Democrat game, right? To pick a team and support that team. And that's kind of all it is to me. Like that's all this electoral system in America is that it's a way to take people's frustrations and anxieties and existential political dread and funnel them towards like iconographies and icons for them to root for. But those icons, like, they're just performers performing like a little skit in front of you. And the result, irregardless of which performer holds the crown, is the same, because both work for the same people. Like, and it's always the case. Like this is what gets really interesting to see, and to see it in real time. It's always the case that the Republican will blame the Democrat and point at the faults of the Democrat, and the Democrat will point at the faults of the Republican. And neither will recognize that both the Democrat and the Republican work for the capitalist. That, of course, the Republican or the Democrat is at fault. They work for capitalists. And it just seems like there's a willful blindness about this. There's a willful blindness. And that willful blindness, I think, comes from just human tribalism and the desire to pick a team and support a team. Like, I'm Team Democrat, therefore everything Team Republican does is bad. And when my team does something bad, I can try to justify that. Right? And even though what my team does is just as bad as what their team does, when my team does it, it's justified, and when your team does it, it's not. And so it's just like basic, low-level, like monkey brain tribalism. And I think it's really scary for people to step out of that tribalism and actually try to look at the system for what it is, and to look at the structure that your tribes operate in at a higher level. Because the moment you do, the moment you achieve it, the moment you're actually at that higher level, looking at the system of tribes that exists within the electoral system, you see pretty clearly that they're all just working for the same guy. Like, it's a pantomime. It's a show. It's a song and dance. It's theater. It only resembles politics. And it only has the resemblance of politics because it's designed to look that way. But at the end of the day, the entire purpose of the system, the entire purpose of the electoral system is to ensure white feudal colonial slavers keep their position and power. That's what it was designed for. And so that's the outcome it's delivering. Is that any success that America has had in progressing towards a actual civil society is absolutely in spite of that system, in spite of the structure of electoral politics, in spite of the system of capital. And it usually requires mass mobilization of millions of people to accomplish. Like, the civil rights movement was a mass mobilization of millions of people. The slavery ended via a civil war, and it only ended chattel slavery, and erected a new type of slavery, which was prison slavery, while maintaining the system of wage slavery, which we all just kind of take for granted. We're all just like, yeah, wage slavery exists. We'll never get through that. We'll never get past the system of wage slavery. This is normal. It's normal to have nothing and have to sell yourself for food and shelter. That's a normal arrangement that we should normally all just normally accept normally. Instead of actually saying, like, nah, wage slavery sucks and we should get rid of it. There shouldn't be an owner. There just shouldn't be an owner. Like, the society should own these things. Oh, but that'll lead to communism. That always leads to disaster. I know that because my master told me. You're a free thinker, though, right? You're an independent thinker, for sure. Yeah, now I don't want to spend 40 more hours with my kids, bootlickers, yeah. Content writes, Republican actually is bad, though. I mean, yeah. Like, Nazism is bad. we see that. Like, but my larger point is that the Democrats facilitate, right? Like, if you imagine the Republican Party as, like, the big ogre with the stick, like, frothing at the mouth, being like, oh, trans people playing sports! Trans people playing sports! Right? Well, that guy has a girlfriend, right? And his girlfriend is also, like, a psycho. But she's, like, willing to look at you and be like, no, you just, you got to be such a sweetheart. You just got to understand, you know, we all got to work together. We're all part of a team, right? Her job is to sort of, like, smooth things over and enable, right? And to make this guy, like, acceptable to the public, right? That we're all like, well, she likes him and we kind of like her, so their relationship is very, like, sick. It's a very gross relationship that they have, where he's obviously a psychopathic mass murdering killer, and but like, so is she, right? Like, so is she, but she, like, puts on a better dance. Like, she's like Britney, right? Like, she's, like, beautiful and, like, has, like, social policies that you like. Right? She'll, like, come over and give you a nice hug and, like, hear your problems and be like, oh, I'm so sorry for you. Oh, man, that's so terrible. And, like, make you feel okay. And then she and her boyfriend will go off and blow some people up. So. Content writes, actually, can anyone mention a Republican policy that was productive and wasn't just accidentally effective? Yeah, they're not even trying anymore, dude. Like, they're not even trying. It's sort of wild to talk to somebody who's still, like, bought in, who's still just like, yeah, this is gonna work. Like, good riddance. Well, we always have slavery and the divine right of kings. Duh. You're right, dude. That's what we need to do. We need to bring back the divine right of kings. The president can do no wrong. The president can do no wrong. Nautical. His girlfriend sounds like a pushover. She should double down. I don't know if I understand. How should she double down? Double down on what? Fantastic. Fantastic. So, majority of Canadians tap Carney as best to negotiate with Trump. So what's so interesting? First of all, I'd like to draw your attention to this ad. This ad right here. You don't have to boycott comfort. Just top tier shitposting right there, dude. Don't you think? That's just, like, absolute top tier. Just. What's happening here in Canada is that the system of capital is experiencing a crisis of credibility. And Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives have pointed it out. They had a slogan, Canada is broken, which a lot of people agree with. Pierre Poilievre, this is the reason why he's gaining so much support. And he's actually gaining a lot of support from young men who do feel that Canada is broken, who feel as though the system of capital has been rigged against them. They don't say it that way. They think that things have been rigged against them. Capitalism is the greatest system ever, and if you don't think so, then you're a commie scum, even though every experience I've ever had with capitalism has been negative. Canada is broken. We just need to do more capitalism. That'll fix it. Dimwits. I just keep stabbing myself in the chest with this knife, and my chest keeps bleeding. I don't think I'm stabbing myself hard enough. And so this has led to a structural crisis. Like we're in a housing crisis. We're in a food crisis. We're in a poverty crisis here in Canada. We're in an economic crisis. Like, our GDP is not growing. We have stagnated. And so this is very clearly a crisis of confidence. And that crisis of confidence is being met by the Liberals by putting into the position of power, the prime ministership, a central banker, a man who was the governor of the Bank of England and then was the governor of the Bank of Canada. And so now he's going to be the governor of Canada. He's going to be the prime minister of Canada. And I just read Mark Carney's book, Values. And it seems to me that Mark Carney is well-read, well-educated, and wrong. That he believes that in order to move forward, we simply need to restore confidence in the institutions, such as money. And a big way to do that is to appeal to the good nature of psychopaths. And like phrenologists, his ideas are bad and wrong and can't go anywhere other than failure. And so this crisis of confidence that Canadians are feeling is going to manifest itself after they recognize that Mark Carney is a failure. And he will be. Because he always has been. He's been a failure up to this point. Why would it suddenly change now? So my big question is, what comes next? What happens after Mark Carney? DT, good to see you. Hi, John. I'm a lurker of yours. How much worse can it get before it gets any better? It can get very bad. Like, it can get very bad. Like, it pays to remember that for like 40% of the public, it's already extremely bad. Like, for 5 to 10% of the public, it's like homelessness bad. Like, people in and out of homelessness, people not able to pay bills, just falling behind further and further into debt. And that experience is just going to spread and become more ubiquitous. And it can get really, really, really bad, dude. Like, it can get really, really bad. If the system of capital decides to completely unhinge itself, like, we're talking like straight up fascist figures. Why don't we just have a draft, send these kids off to some nation and go die on their shores? Kind of bad. Like, we can do that. Like, there is no bottom. I think that's the big thing that people don't want to say out loud. People want to have this like endless wellspring of infinite hope that Jesus Christ will suddenly come back and set everything correct. Bloop, good to see you. And it's not true. We can go down as far as we want. There's no bottom. And it won't be until people start to mobilize in the millions. Because this is the only thing that the system has ever responded to. Ever. Not once. There's no such thing as politicians getting together and making a good decision for the public. That's never once happened in the history of the nation. Not ever. You can't point at one example. It simply doesn't exist. That when change happens in societies, in capitalist societies, it happens because there's a million people outside the door. That's how change actually happens in the society. Which is a shitty political system. It's just a terrible way to operate and to organize. And which is a big reason why the capitalists are perpetually trying to exhaust you. Because if you're exhausted, you can't also go out and protest. And you can't also organize, and you can't have a revolution if everyone's so fucking exhausted that they can't get up. So there's no bottom. Also, what do you think about the Liberals' new housing plan to build 400K homes? So they're going to tax you, right? They're taking your tax dollars. Look at your paycheck, federal taxes. They're taking that money, and they're going to build some houses, which like people are like, yay, building houses, hooray, more supply, right? Yeah, and then BlackRock will just come and buy all of them. Like, that's the actual plan. Like that's the actual plan, right? That a big problem of what's going on in the housing market isn't that there aren't enough houses. It's that regular families, doctors, lawyers, engineers, school teachers, nurses, are having to compete against trillion-dollar hedge funds. And the trillion-dollar hedge fund is like, yeah, I'll always pay 10% more. 100% of the time. So you will always be outbid. You will always be defeated, because the goal of the hedge fund is to turn entire nations into renters. That's the goal of the hedge fund. And so Mark Carney, because he's just a hack neoliberal, right? Like a phrenologist, right? His ideas are bad and wrong. What he's doing fundamentally is using your tax money and your productivity and your production to give houses to BlackRock to rent back to you at an increased rate. That's what's happening. Like, once you put one and one together, you end up with two. Like, the thing that has always been happening will continue to happen. And what is the thing that has always been happening? BlackRock has been buying up property. So building 400,000 new homes, that's just 400,000 new homes for BlackRock. Like, this is what I mean when I say there's no bottom. Our children will wake up in a nation and be rent slaves. That's what will happen. We've got a new first-time chatter over on Twitch. Googly Eye Enjoyer. Googly Eye Enjoyer. What a lovely name. That's a lovely name, dude. I really like that, dude. I enjoy a good googly eye myself. That reminds me of that SNL skit. The man who's very afraid of plants with Christopher Walken. And he's just walking around the whole skit. And he's just like, hello, I'm a man who's very afraid of plants. They scare me. You don't know what they're thinking. So what I do is I put googly eyes on them. He just walks around. He's like putting googly eyes on plants and showing like plants with big googly eyes. That's the whole skit. And I think it's just so that he could say the word googly as often as possible. Googly. I gotta look. JT writes, I can imagine hollow new houses too. It's basically handing contracts to big companies. It's not enabling cities or people, that's for sure. Yeah. And like, Dave, good to see you. But I think like one of the larger observations that I made like maybe a year and a half ago now is that the wealthy don't really know what to do with their wealth anymore, right? They're not capable or competent. The money's not trickling down. They don't care about you or your life. They don't care about your ambitions, your thoughts, your dreams, or your ideas. They barely care if you stay alive. Like, if you manage to not starve to death, good for you, I guess. We don't really care. And so they don't care about things like culture. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about improving the quality of life for citizens. They have no vision for anything, right? And so they're not providing those things because they don't care about you at all. And and so the only reason why they're buying up all these houses is actually because they view money as fragile. Money is fragile. right? Like it's not the greatest thing to sit on. And there's also a phenomenon where banks are beginning to charge large wealth holders a negative interest rate. So if you hold certain commodities or bonds or treasuries or currencies, the bank will charge you a negative interest rate. So if you have $100 million in a bank account, you're actually losing money on that. The bank is actually degrading or decaying that money over time. And so people are trying to find places to put their money so it can be held safely and not decay over time. Well, one of the primary places to keep your money is just land. Just land. And how would you like to have the value of your land increased? How would you like the value of the asset that you own increased? Put a house on it. There you go. And why does that increase the value? Because there's a shortage, right? There's a supply shortage. Well, who's causing the supply shortage? Well, I am. I am by holding on to all this housing, this empty housing that I'm just sitting on, and not even renting, because it's not about getting the rent, right? The rent to them is so small potatoes. They don't give a shit about the rent. They don't care if you die in the streets. They don't care. What they want is they want the value of their asset to increase in value, right? And they found like this nice, here's your capitalist innovation, everybody. Like, here's your capitalist innovation. This is the capitalist innovation that we're talking about, right? Buy land, have the government build properties on your land with other people's money, increase the value of of your asset, and then just sit on it. And eventually the rich just use assets like housing as currency, right? That at least you always have the land, right? The land is there. You can never not make the land there. There it is. That's the land. Whereas money is actually fragile. Money can fluctuate and is difficult. It's sort of an unsafe place to keep your wealth. And so what the rich are doing is basically just finding a new way and finding new and creative ways to create new types of currency. And that's all this is. Housing is just a new currency for them. And they don't give a shit if it means that you die. Like, they don't care at all. A wise 4 people once said, money must be funny in a rich man's world. Yeah, I mean, this is why I think taxation of $1 million, like if you have $1 million, any amount you make over that, I think should be taxed at 100%. I just don't think we should have these people in the society at all. I think that it is an obvious drain and an obvious net negative for the society to have these rich people walking around. Like, I should not be inflicted with Elon Musk. I should have no idea who this guy is. The idea that everybody in the world knows this guy's name should be universally offensive to us. We should be walking around being like, why do we know this guy? Why does everybody have an opinion about this fucking loser? Why does anybody care about why should anybody care about this person? And yet everybody knows him, and everybody does. And why? Because he's got so much goddamn money that he can just total your life if he wants to. And guess what? He wants to. Like, I don't understand how we got to the point where we fully embrace and understand no kings, no masters. Oh, but if one guy has all the money, totally makes sense, cool. It trickles down. Like, no, it doesn't. That person just ends up becoming a king. No kings. And so wealth should be capped at $1 million. All wealth made past $1 million should be taxed at 100%. I'm of the opinion that people shouldn't be able to hold assets more than $1 million. Like, you want to see prices plummet? Do that. Cap the wealth an individual can hold and have. You'll see your prices plummet. Because when you create an economic society, when you create an economic system in which a small, tiny group of people hold all the wealth, then the only way to actually make any money is by making things for the people who have the wealth. That making something for the broad base of the populace is pointless, because the broad base of the populace doesn't have any money. They don't have a disposable income. So if you make something that everybody can enjoy and have, well, that's not profitable because they don't actually have any money. Who does have the money? A small, tiny group of people. And so what you have to do is you have to make something for them that they want, which is tough because they have so much money that they have everything they could possibly ever want. And then when you do make it for that person, you've got to make sure that you charge so much that it's profitable for you. And so everything that gets made in the American economy is made exclusively for a tiny group of narcissistic psychopaths who likely will use it once and then throw it in the bin. This, of course, is an economic drain and an economic down spiral, because billionaires don't need like 100,000 pairs of pants, right? Like, a billionaire doesn't need 100,000 televisions. So, like, consumption plummets dramatically. And the only things that get made are so expensive that they're completely unattainable for the average person. And so the entire economy just disconnects from itself, and nobody can actually move forward. Whereas if you taxed all of this wealth away and had a general redistribution, all of a sudden everybody has a disposable income. All of a sudden things are attainable. We can go do stuff. Right? But then, of course, we all know what would happen, right? They would just jack the rent. But they can't jack the rent, or there's no point to jack the rent. Why? Because if they jack the rent and they make more than $1 million, well, that gets taxed away. Tough shit. So why do it? Right? Capping wealth at $1 million solves pretty much all of our problems. And it solves them like pretty much naturally. Like, you can't really overcharge for a service anymore. I mean, you can, but that's going to get taxed away. Right? You can't hoard properties anymore. They'll just get taxed away. You can't really exploit workers that much. Why? Because it'll just get taxed away. Like, by destroying the profit motive, right, past $1 million, you basically just say to somebody, yeah, hey, you can have your profit motive this much. And then once you have it, you got to find another reason to be alive. We don't care. And when Kevin O'Leary and the other psychopaths cry about it, you just tell them tough shit. Yeah, too bad. Oh, you're punishing success. Yeah, I would like to punish successful serial killers. Yeah, I would like to punish successful genocidal maniacs. Yeah, I would like to punish successful rapists. Yeah, I would like to punish successful murderers. I would like to punish successful fraudsters. And I would like to punish successful capitalists. You bet I would. Any questions? Like, the capitalists have lost the right to govern. They've lost the right to rule. They've lost the right to have their positions be taken seriously anymore. Like, no one would listen to a phrenologist if they stood up and tried to tell you all about neuroscience. And yet, for some reason, when a neoliberal stands up, we're all supposed to take them super duper seriously and actually think they have any credibility whatsoever. Xiandu, good to see you. That would free everyone from wage labor to help make the world better. Yeah, and we're really at a point now, Xiandu, like, we would all be better off. We would have a better society. We would have better people. As individuals, we would be better. As communities, we would be better. We would all be better off if we walked out of all of these facilities and walked into forests and fields and just stared at the clouds all day. That if the amount of labor we put into the society was exactly equal to how much it was to feed and maintain shelters for the society, and then not a drop further, we would all be better off. Like, I don't understand why we think we're doing the right thing. I don't understand what's got us convinced that this is good, what we're doing. It looks to me to be an utter waste of human life. From the beginning to the end. Like, our education system, for example. Like, we are wasting the youth of our children in these facilities. There's just no other way of describing it. Like, reading, writing, and math, sure. It's difficult to perceive a civil society without reading, writing, and math. So everything up to grade 8 is like, okay, practical, right? Makes sense. High school is worthless. It is an utter waste of a human life. It's an utter waste of human potential. It's an utter waste of our children's youth. It was a waste of my youth. I would have been better off literally living in the forest. Like, the education system is, like, it obviously exists only to exert itself upon you, to get you convinced that the way to live a proper life is by being obedient to people who are having you do mundane, meaningless tasks for no reason. Like, how many of us actually said in high school, am I going to use any of this? Like, is this actually important? Right? So we all inherently had, like, a skepticism towards the system that we were in when we were in school. And the answer was, no, you're not going to use any of this stuff outside of school because it's not the stuff that's important. It's the repetition of you doing the stuff that matters. It's the understanding that it doesn't matter what you get told to do. You do it without thinking about it. You don't think about the consequences. You don't think about the importance. You don't think about its value. All you do is what you're told. And that's what school is for. Yeah. JT, high school is where so many kids get abandoned whether they realize it or not. Yeah, because it's a vetting process. You're vetting for two things. The first, most important primary thing that you are being vetted for when you are in high school is obedience. Will you do what you're told? Will you just silently and quietly do what you're told? Here's an assignment. It's pointless. Here's something for you to read. That's pointless. Here's some information you don't need. That's pointless. Write a pointless essay about this pointless thing that you've been given. Do it. Do what you're told. And if you refuse, you get abandoned. You get a C at best. And you get told not living up to his potential. Or some other garbage. So if you cross that threshold and you do what you're told, then they start vetting for competency. Right? but it's obedience first, competency second. And if the people who are vetting for obedience don't feel like you're competent enough, and because they're vetting for obedience first, for them, the most competent people are the people who do what they're told the most. So the antithesis of artistry. Then you just end up with these like total losers getting these amazing grades. And those total losers get the scholarships, and then they go off and obediently be competent somewhere else until finally they're the manager of some institution. And they're told, hey, you got to lay off 20% of the workforce. And they go, yes, sir, because that's all they've ever done in their life. And that's what it's for. That's what the education system is for. Is so that capitalists can get a person in a position who will do what they were told. And that person will be very obedient and will do what they're told. Like, how do you think the Nazis got people to pull the levers at the gas chambers? How do you think they got people to sit on those computers and actually put the Jews through? Like, what system do you think they used in order to find the people necessary in order to enact the Holocaust? That's the system. Take your entire populace from birth and put them through this grinding, traumatic, Stockholm Syndrome generating system where they're just bombarded with propaganda constantly, where they're taught useful skills like reading, writing, and math, but then they're taught even more useful skills, which is how to be obedient, how to do what you're told, how to stand in line, say the Pledge of Allegiance. Here's the history. Ignore the stuff we omitted. And from that process, they create a hierarchy. And who stands atop the hierarchy? The most obedient. And the person who is the most competent at obedience. And then that person, they say, stand here. And when you see the red light go on, pull the lever. And they go, okay. And they might even go, well, what's the lever do? And they might even be told it releases the gas. And they go, oh, okay. That's how you get these people. Because our education system vets for extremely competent, obedient people who just do what they're told. Like, that's our system. That's what we do. It's small wonder we've ended up with this deeply incompetent society. Because if you're deeply competent at obedience, you are an incompetent person. And more, what I'm seeing in my personal life, I'm running into people at least once a week. I get somebody come talk to me at my job, and we get chatting, and their story sounds exactly like this. I got really good grades in high school. I got really good grades in university. I got a big corporate job. I was making really good money. And then I had a come to Jesus moment. I had a come to Jesus moment. And I went, what am I even doing? What is this for? I don't even care about what I'm doing. I've just always done what I've been told. And so you're seeing people at my age literally giving it all up because they're just like, wow, what is this? It's a bit late, if you ask me. JT writes, I remember writing something about how ironic it is we're raised to share, be nice, not care about looks, race, engage in art, sharing, all that. Then high school comes, and yeah. Like, they're trying to vet that out. And it's active. Like, it's not passive. They're actively trying to vet that out. Joe writes, I did. I thought I'd never need Spanish. I was wrong on that one. Fair enough. Long Defiance says, don't underestimate the Germans in World War II. I don't think anybody needed to be tricked. It's not really a trick, is it? Like, it's not like they're fooling people. Like, it's a predatory system that preys on our inherent childishness and tribalism. That they take you when you're your most vulnerable, your least capable, your most helpless, and they put you in a room with a bunch of other people exactly your age, and there's an authority figure in the room, an adult, that all of the other adults tell you have to listen to. That's an authority figure. And because you're little, you're definitely not questioning any of this, right? You're too little. You're not questioning anything. Like, your parents can literally put anything they want in your mouth, and you're going to put it in your mouth. Like, you're barely alive. You're barely sentient. And as you go through the process, right, everybody just keeps growing up at the same pace as you do. And so there's like a normalcy to it. Everything seems so normal, right? That it's only once you're out of the school and you go back and you take a look around that you can recognize and realize, like, oh yeah, this was always a prison. Like, this was always a prison. And the other damning thing of the system is that they're training you to hate learning. And that's very important. It's very important that you be trained to despise learning. That reading, finding something out about something you didn't know, that these should be considered just revolting acts that are despicable. The moment you get out of school, you should never want to try to learn ever again. And that it should be considered tedious, difficult work that nobody wants to inflict upon themselves. And that removing from a person the joy of learning is absolutely central and crucial to the way the system operates. And what they do is they actually train your amnesia muscle, right? What I mean by that is that you're constantly on this treadmill of learning information in a compact, tight way in order to write it on a piece of paper to get a grade, and then move away from that, never touch that ever again, and then go and learn something new. But you're not incorporating what you learned into yourself or anything. You literally just forget it. You just delete it. And so what you're actually being trained to do is take on as much information you can for a short period of time to be able to successfully cross a threshold of information retention. And then once you cross that threshold, to instantly delete all of that information. Which is why we have a historical amnesia in this country. It's why nobody can remember what happened 2 years ago. Right? Yep, serving the hierarchy, poisonous to the soul, absolutely long defiant. JT writes, not that they needed, but if they can, they do that. It'd be more like current neoliberal ignorance than we want to imagine. Yeah, leftists need their own educational system. Yeah, I'm sure such a thing would definitely be allowed to persist without being smashed. People would be having conversations like liberal Zionists are having. Yeah. Long Defiant writes, socially owned businesses, socially owned security services, socially owned housing, socially owned education. Bypass capitalism on a small scale and grow it until it's ready to be the dominant system. Yeah, I feel like if that started to happen, they literally would just roll a tank over it. Like, they're not going to be subtle anymore. They're not going to like subtly like, what we need to do is defund this, then put this one. They're literally going to roll a tank into it. Like, if such a thing started to be erected, that would be my expectation. JT writes, AI help is going to fast track this stuff too. Already people don't reference, but AI feels so confident and fits your bias that it will homogenize thought even further. For sure, that's true. Like, AI is going to be an absolute, like, death knell to our culture, for sure. I saw this great TikTok. A guy was just like, hey, we invented an AI to be able to chill out on your patio with a beer so that you don't have to and you can keep working. Like, why is AI taking over all the good parts of life? Why are we creating AI to be able to do the stuff that people want to do instead of creating an AI to be able to like do the stuff that nobody wants to do? And the reality of AI is that what it is being designed for is it's being designed so that the people with capital who have no skills can get access to skill. And the people with skills who have no capital can be pushed away from capital. That's what it's for. JT writes, the Miyazaki stuff, the Ghibli AI, recently was funny and how sad it was. AI bros thinking they know what artistic process is. Yeah. Like, the best that this AI will ever achieve is the same kind of thing that a demon would achieve. Like, it'll be able to put on the skin and it'll be able to fool the unaware or those who aren't really paying attention. But it'll always be to nefarious end. And it'll always have a hollowness to it. Anish over on Twitch, first time chatter, because innovation is driven by profit. What a joke. Just what a joke. Like, okay. Like this neoliberal phrenology, just this dead scientific theory that doesn't actually work. Yeah, it's people for thousands and thousands and thousands of years did absolutely nothing. It was when profit came around that they started to innovate. That's what started it all, right? No, capitalist innovation is things like planned obsolescence, right? Is generating as much waste as possible. A real nice capitalist innovation was chattel slavery. That was a nice capitalist innovation. What innovation hasn't been profitable? I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about here, Annie, just so you fully understand the sort of the foolishness of your statement. So a big reason why solar energy has not been generated so as more quickly than it has been is because there's a fundamental contradiction within solar energy grids. Okay? That fundamental contradiction is that eventually you create so many solar panels that you're producing so much solar energy that you actually begin to go into negative profit, right? You produce so much solar energy that you actually lose money by generating so much of it, right? From the human perspective, right? From the actual innovative perspective of where humans live, because we're not profit motive people. We're motivated by many things. Money can be one of them, but there are many things that motivate us. From the profit motive perspective, this is a disaster. Oh no, free infinite energy for everyone. So the capitalist innovation there is to not produce solar panels and to not actually make the thing. We actually saw this very thing happen in China. That Chinese companies, American companies, foreign capital within China, but Chinese companies, created so many solar panels that it was no longer profitable for them to create it. So according to your theory of how life is, then that would have been the end. Dust it off. Goodbye. We're finished here. Right? No more solar panels. Well, the Chinese government, the Chinese communists, said, no, we want free infinite energy forever. And so they scooped up those solar panel companies, and they just kept producing solar panels. And now they're literally going to put like a solar power generator in space, which combined with their thorium energy reactors that they're building, is just going to be free infinite energy forever for China. And it's not because of the profit motive. It's because they want it. It's because they're heavily motivated to get it. It's not some capitalist profit motive that's doing it. Annie writes, that's an oversimplification. So what's hilarious is that innovation is driven by profit. Like, there's nothing more simplistic than that. Like, there's nothing more of an oversimplification than that statement, which you just stated as if it's a fact when it's, like, clearly not. Right? So, like, talking about oversimplifications is sort of cute. Solar panels are expensive, space consuming, still limited by current battery tech. You don't know anything about the industry you're talking about. You don't know what I know. Like, you don't know what I know. You're the one walking in here saying that innovation is driven by profits, which is flatly false. What a dim worldview to have. I think you're not understanding my point. You're hiding behind a condescending front rather than answering my question. You haven't asked a question. You haven't asked a question. Where's the question? Maybe ask a question. What innovation hasn't been profitable? You guys seeing this? Like, I feel like we just went in like a little circle. So we'll start from the beginning. Try to keep up. Yeah? In China. Right? Here, I'll help you. China. Governed by the Communist Party. Right? They wanted solar panels. They wanted to put solar panels everywhere. Why did China want solar panels? Because it's the promise of free, unlimited energy forever. Look, there's a big burning ball of fire in the sky. Big, gigantic burning ball of fire. Just flaming away in the sky. Right? Okay. Well, if you're going to talk to me that way, I don't need to keep you around, Annie. You're just too stupid to talk to. Like, you're going to find that rule one of life is that if you can't talk to people with basic manners, they're not going to be interested in talking to you. You're just too stupid to talk to. So I'm not going to repeat myself. Go read a book. Lots of dimwits on today. I mean, that's not surprising. It's like the majority, so. Woke Potato writes, damn, I was about to ask them about the profit margins on fire. Yeah, dude. Hey, man. Humanity invented fire because it was dedicated to the profit motive. That's what it was. It 100% wanted the profit. Forget about things like love, right? Forget about things like having a nice community, right? Forget about just like personal growth, right? Forget about artistry. Forget about that. The only reason why anyone has ever done anything in all of human history at any time 100% has always been because of the money we invented 100 years ago. Got it. JT writes, the history of the light bulb is a good example. Lasting too... this is a great example, actually. Yeah. Lasting too long, the whole industry agreed, let's fuck over everyone. Yeah. It's more castrating than innovating when capitalism puts their hands on anything, stealing collective energy, knowledge, and such. Yeah, that's a great example. Like, when they initially created the light bulb, it basically burned forever. There's no reason for a light bulb to go out. But you can't make a profit on that. So the capitalist innovation was to make a worse product, one that burnt out. Right? And we have evidence of this. There's been a light bulb that's been on for over 100 years. Like, we could do it. All of your lights could be on forever. You'd never need to change them. The only reason they go out is because they're designed to do so. Yeah, Content. Why did the Muslims and Arabs invent algebra for free? Are they stupid? They didn't make any profits. Anyone want to tell me the capital gains of the printing press and the polio vaccinations? Yeah. No. Like, once you encounter a religious ideology, like once you run headfirst into a religious ideology, and they make it clear that they're just not a worthwhile person to talk to, you just got to walk away. Like, you can't reason somebody out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. And, like, neoliberal capitalists are fundamentally religious ideology. Like, it's just, they're religious zealots at this point. Like, it really is like somebody who believes that phrenology is real still walking around. Like, it really is the same thing. Yep. Those Neanderthals were big Ayn Rand fans. That's absolutely true. Incredible. Oh, yeah. Africa is going to be a huge solar power user. Yeah. There will be huge solar power grids in Africa for sure. Well, and the arrangements that they're going to make with the Chinese, like the Chinese are just shitting solar panels out, dude. Like they're actually getting better at it. They're making, I don't know if this is true anymore, but there were years there where the Chinese were making more solar panels per year than they had. So they were just exponentially, like, it was like 10, and then 20, and then 100, then 200, and they were just exponentially just like, I've seen Chinese farms that have solar panel, like rows of solar panels, and they actually have a little solar paneled washer to wash the solar panel because it accumulates dirt and dust. And so there's a little solar paneled washer that's attached to the solar panel that goes along and washes the solar panels every so often. And of course people are like, yeah, little cleaner robots like Wall-E. Yeah, exactly. And of course, when people see this, the first thing they say is like, okay, well, where's the little cleaner robot for the cleaner? Like a little thing comes out and just goes, and maybe they do have that. Maybe the little cleaner thing has a little thing that just goes on itself. Right? And like, what's so wild is when you encounter a person who thinks that that's all being done for profit, for just access to money. This like brain-rotted money mind that says that money is the only thing that anybody ever cares about. At some point, it's just a confession, right? Like at some point, it's just literally like, I'd kill my own mother for $100 kind of thinking. Like just like money. Like just like gold diggers, basically, right? Meanwhile, there are people in the society that are like, man, I wonder if we could, like, what can we do with peanuts, do you think? I got all these peanuts. I like live on a peanut farm. I got access to all these peanuts. I wonder what I could do with all these peanuts. Right? Like, the guy that invented insulin gave it away for free. Like, there you go. Like, the guy that invented insulin gave it away for free. He said, this belongs to humanity. Like, the idea that people are doing the things they're doing for profit is like a sure sign that your society is in decline. It's just the surest sign that we have unmoored ourselves from the meaningful things that we meaningfully do in our society. We've unmoored ourselves from the meaningful things that we meaningfully do in our society. And we've rooted ourselves in this worship of money, which is this thing that our society should probably just do away with. It doesn't seem to be helping us. That, like, my conception of a future society is one in which the money still exists, but it's completely on the back end. Like, it's straight up, like, you have your prime minister, or your president, or your ruling class, or whatever, your chancellor, whatever ruling system you have. And there's, like, a treasury department. And the treasury department is just like, yep, everything's making sense. Like, all the numbers are coming together, right? And they're all that, right? They're just the numbers. Just make sure. And the only really reason you look at it is just be like, okay, is there an imbalance? Are we spending just like an outrageous amount of money on like M&Ms all of a sudden? Maybe we should look at that. What's going on? But it like turns into just like a measurement that only the people who are interested in maintaining the balance of measures within the society look at. And on an individual level, you just don't pay any attention to it whatsoever. It's just not part of your life. You're just going around living your life. You like walk into an establishment, eat the food, right? Go to your home, sleep there. And at no point is anybody ever like, hey, what do your bills look like? Right? It just doesn't exist. It's just not part of your life. And like every so often your representatives will have to be like, hey guys, we are in the middle of like some kind of energy crisis or something, so please make sure that you do X, Y, or Z or whatever. Oh, hey, there was a big catastrophe over there, so we're not going to have any grapes. Like, resource management. Because that's all money actually is. Right? Like, money is a measurement. Like, this is why the people who are walking around saying, how are you going to pay for that, sound like just the most ludicrous people you've ever met in your life. It'd be like saying we can't build a building because how are we going to get the inches? Where are we going to get the inches from? Like, you literally cannot run out of money. If you're a government. This is why running a government like a business is always destined to fail. Because businesses have scarcity in mind, whereas governments should never have scarcity in mind when it comes to what they're capable of. Like, if a government wants to build a hospital, it'll build it. Right? That it's just about, how do I get the base resources? How do I get the stone? How do I get the concrete? How do I get the rebar? How do I get laborers? Like, how do I get the people there to do that? And you know what tool they use in order to get all of that in place? Money. And who's responsible for creating and maintaining the money? They are. So the idea that the government needs to like have like a base, like a gold deposit or something, like, obviously false. But the only reason there is any taxation whatsoever is to maintain a balance of the money supply. And so the most reasonable place to take the tax to maintain the integrity of the money supply is from the people who have an overwhelming amount of it. Because they don't need any more. Like, it used to be that there were societies, like during the feudal period, where they would literally distribute money into the society. The society would exchange it for a little while, and then they would literally take all the money back in and then redistribute it back out into the society. And the reason why they did that was to A, make sure there was no counterfeiting, and then B, because in any trading system, eventually money begins to pool under a small group of people. And then eventually they do away with the practice of recollecting the wealth and redistributing it. And what happens? Capitalists. People who just hoard an ungodly amount of wealth until eventually a merchant or a manufacturer has more power and has more wealth and has more clout than the king of fucking England. That's how capitalism shows up. Yeah, the West knows MMT is real, modern monetary theory, but they keep up the illusion of markets and false scarcity. Well, and I also do think, like, there is a strong amount of true believers. Like, I shouldn't even say a small amount. There are people who say we should run government like a business, and they're serious. They're not being grifters. They're not con men. They actually believe that government should be run like a business, right? And of course, they fail to recognize that governments can't be run like a business. How do you run a government like a business? Like, you can't fire citizens, and businesses can't print money. Like, there are strong, sharp differences in those institutions because a government isn't a business. It's not supposed to be a business. It's supposed to be a government. And governments govern. Like, the idea that we can take the principles of business and apply them to the government successfully is ludicrous. It's like trying to tell me that you're an expert swimmer, but you've never stepped foot in the water. Like, I can run a mile a minute, but I'm paralyzed. Like, it's like this really weird, like, it is this like Dunning-Kruger effect of just like, I'm a good businessman, so I know how the government works. Like, no, you don't, champ. Like, you literally don't. Like, the reason why businesses have to play by the rules that have been placed upon them, which are not the rules of government, is because businesses should absolutely be put into a position where they have to continuously justify their existences to the public. Like, we don't want you to become an eternal institution. We're not interested in businesses becoming immortal and endless. We want businesses to fail. We want them to collapse. We want them to go away. We want them to be swiftly replaced by something else. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Like, sure, you can have your little dollars and cents and make your profits and all that kind of stuff, pursuing the thing that you think will do that for you. Great, fantastic, sure. But eventually, the thing that you're doing is going to fall out of favor, or you're going to get bad at it. And we all know. And so we want that to fail. And we want other people to be able to come in and do the thing that you're doing better. And in fact, if they can come in and just be like, hey, we're going to take over because you're failing at this, and have you retire seamlessly with no like we don't want you to die and starve in the streets. But if they come in and take it over and run it and then improve it and do it better than you, then they should. And they should be able to do that. What's going on with capitalism today is that it's institutionalizing failed businesses and failed business models. That rich people just have so much wealth that they don't really care if what they're doing works or not anymore. And then one day, like, they'll just decide to pull the plug on the whole thing. Walmart will just vacate. They'll just leave. And, like, there was a period of time when capitalists would be willing to take swings on things and try things and do cool things. Why? Because there was enough money going around that if it failed, then just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and try again. Right? That was a real thing that you could have done in the 60s and 70s. And then they destroyed it. Why? Because Warren Buffett wasn't making an extra billion. And it's just going to trickle down. Like it's just wild to live in this world that where people are genuinely fighting, like are genuinely fighting for their own exploitation and are actively trying to convince me that no, the only reason anybody should be alive is for money. What the fuck are you talking about? I just don't know what to do about this shit anymore, man. like I feel like I've had like a whole group of people come in today who are just like people who are coming in and basically calling me stupid and then expect me to what? Take them seriously? Like this is where the discourse is now? This is where we're at? Where people genuinely think that this is a persuasive way of operating in the world? This society's collapsing, dude. Like, it's collapsing, and it's going to collapse pretty fast. Because it refuses to replicate itself. It refuses to generate itself. Like this is your capitalist innovation right here. Like, what innovation is not profitable? I mean, climate change is going to absolutely burn this place to the ground. Like, the beef industry knew its climate impact as early as 1989. So I'm 6 years old. And when I'm 6, just in kindergarten, the beef industry is like, oh shit, yeah, we're having a pretty big impact on the climate. We should work to obfuscate the science. 2 new studies reveal decades of industry tactics to downplay beef's role in climate. Like, and good to see you. Like, it's so tough to take this society seriously anymore. It's so tough to want to root for this society. So tough to want to root for us as a people. Like, in a new paper, University of Miami professor Jennifer Jacquet and a team of researchers argue that the industry-funded National Cattlemen's Beef Association knew about the harms of beef production on climate change as early as 1989 and worked to obfuscate the science. In a subsequent paper, Jacquet and postdoctoral associate Loredana Loy trace how trade groups worked to incite doubt that consumers could make a difference by choosing to eat less meat on global climate emissions. There's some evidence, albeit indirect, that these efforts have paid off. A 2023 public poll of 1,404 U.S. adults found that 74% of them said not eating meat would have little or no impact on climate change. Meat and dairy does not want the individual or the consumer to think they have any power or to think that their choices make any difference at all, Jacquet tells Sentient. They're constantly saying what you do as a consumer will not make a difference. Eating less meat and dairy will not make a difference. Yet a large body of climate research from nonpartisan research groups like the World Resource Institute and Eat Lancet have concluded that dietary change in the form of reducing meat consumption is a necessary component of reducing the anthropogenic effects of climate change. In parallel to Naomi Orska's and Eric Conway's Merchants of Doubt, which details how a group of scientists work to incite doubt about scientific topics, such as anthropogenic climate change and the harmful effects of tobacco, Jacquet's and Loy's research describes how the meat and dairy industry work to create doubt that consumers can take action to address the harmful effects of beef on the environment. I call them the moochants of doubt, Jacques said. Dude, that's hilarious. JT says, reminds me of Johnson & Johnson rubbing babies down with asbestos, and they knew. I think it was asbestos, something nasty at least. Thought it was talcum powder. Yeah, sounds accurate. Just sounds accurate. There is a long, well-documented history of industry attempts to downplay, discredit, or even outright deny science that demonstrates the harms of its activities and products. This strategy was honed to a fine art by the tobacco industry. The beef industry now appears to be following the tobacco model. Orestes wrote to the Sentient. Like, at what point do we just say, as a people, these capitalists have lost the right to be in our society? Like, when do we actually say this out loud and actually pursue this seriously as an idea? That the people who are operating these industries no longer have the right to do so. Like, they didn't earn it. They've lost their credibility. They're no longer permitted to operate in our society. Like, when do we actually get to that point? But the issue, of course, is that the president of the United States of America is like literally breaking the law constantly on a daily basis now and like flaunting it right in front of our faces, and nothing's going to happen. Like, there is no law in America. There's just no law there. It doesn't exist. People can do whatever they want as long as you can get away with it. And the only people who are actually going to try to stop you is probably just one police officer with a pistol because he wants to shoot someone that day. Like, and I think the thing that sets me back, and I think will always continuously set me back on my heels, is the pride by which people defend this failure. That to me is I just will never get over that. I think a person, and it's happened like what, 4 times today? A person coming in, swinging in with big dick energy, like they understand the subject and know what they're talking about, who almost immediately show everybody that they're clueless, and like a repugnant figure that nobody wants to spend any time with. Like, and that's, like, we're just supposed to accept that, I guess. Like, that's just normal. It's normal to live in a society full of these very overconfident dimwits. Just people who literally are illiterate and proud of their illiteracy. And immediately jump to mockery and insults when you point out the very easy flaw in the way they think. Like saying profits drive innovation is just like childishly false. Like saying the moon is made of green cheese. Like, we know it isn't. But if you want to keep believing it. Yeah, fake it till you make it. Canadian Snow Leopard, good to see you. It is, though. It's pride. Like, there's just nothing left to it. It's just straight up just pride in ignorance. And, like, it's really staggering to see. And I don't think I can ever, like, get to a place where I expect it, you know? I just don't think I can ever get to a place where I'm like, oh, here's a normal thing that should definitely exist in the society. JT writes, I just watched the first Wallace and Gromit short. They go to the moon for cheese. Great reprieve from reality. Yeah. Wallace and Gromit. It's a beautiful one. I recently watched Princess Mononoke. Apparently, it is a film that I had seen previously, but I did not remember any of it. I think I remembered like one moment in the whole thing. But like, I think the reason why that's the case is that when I watched it, I think the first time I probably watched it on like just a computer monitor, you know? So it wasn't like I was in the theater. Whereas this time I watched it like full theater and I was like, this movie kicks ass. And what's crazy about Princess Mononoke is that it came out like a couple of years after like The Lion King. And it really is I think that it's appropriate to kind of juxtapose those films to be like, this is what American cinema was producing and this is what Japanese cinema was producing. And look at the differences. Look at the difference in tone. Look at the difference in storytelling. Like, what makes Princess Mononoke such a powerful story is that every character in it is so clearly motivated, and their motivation is simple. It's not complex at all, but all of their motivations are in contradiction to one another. And that the resolution of those conflicts and contradictions is what makes for this extremely powerful message and this extremely powerful story. Whereas I feel like this has been lost in modern storytelling. That in modern storytelling, it's not about strong characters with strong motivations, simple and strong motivations. It's about, you have characters, but their motivation is always like save the world, right? Like they don't have a philosophy guiding them. They're inherently reactionary. Like, and I am really thinking about the superhero genre right now, because the superhero genre is what dominates the space even now. But there's so many films that are like this, where you have a character and that character has attributes, but you'll notice that most of the time that attribute is being a smarmy asshole who has like powers, whether it's Doctor Strange with magic or Iron Man with technology on such a level that it might as well be magic. So they're just like wizards, basically. We're just watching these wizards be smarmy to one another. And then something happens that they have to respond to. Right? Like, it's not that they had an objective or a philosophy or a thought or something that they were pursuing, and then somebody else came along with a different agenda and cut them off from achieving their goal. It's that they literally were just faffing about, and then like an alien spacecraft showed up and was like, I'm here to destroy Earth. And then you're like, oh, we got to stop that alien from destroying Earth because that's important. And then they do. And then they say something like friendship is what leads to the treasure of creation. And we're all like, whoa, so smart. Man, with great power comes great responsibility. We've never advanced beyond that philosophical talking point. Whereas, like, you watch something like Princess Mononoke, and you're like, oh shit, like this starts as like a very small, humble story, and the character that you follow is really just caught up in this objective of lifting his curse and wanting his curse to be removed. And then through that process, he ends up intersecting with an iron mine, a mystical forest, Princess Mononoke herself, and seeks to find resolution behind these conflicting forces as the forest and the men who are pulling iron out of the forest are at odds with one another. We need more Secret of Nim. Secret of Nim was great, dude. That was really, really good. That period of time, like, what's so crazy about Secret of Nim is that was being done by a fellow who was challenging Disney. There was a guy who was basically just like, I think I can make better stories than you, Disney. And for a little moment, he was making better stories than Disney. And Secret of Nim was one of them. That was a really great story. Don Bluth. Ang writes, it took me well into adulthood to realize comic book characters are just modern mythology. They're basically the Olympian gods in all but name, if they aren't already. So, Ang, stick around 1 second. I've got a hot take for you, but I gotta go use the bathroom. Be right back. Yeah, JT's nailing it. Like, it's cop propaganda, right? Like, the central conceit of superheroes is that they are unimpeachable figures of authority that you will defer to, and that they are inherently reactive. That we are really not allowed to question their existence, right? So a figure like Iron Man or Batman, right, they both fill this kind of slot of saying, well, everything that they do is justified because they are rich. And we're really not allowed to criticize these figures in any meaningful way. So we should just accept them as these mythological figures as they are. So Tony Stark is an arms dealer with a private military force that he uses to fulfill his own objectives. And in some cases, to solve problems that he himself is responsible for creating. Right? Like, that's the entire plot of Age of Ultron. Like, Batman is straight up like a Nazi wet dream. Some rich guy that puts on a suit of armor, dressed like a fucking bat, to go out and beat up low-level criminals in an endless pursuit of vengeance against the guy that killed his parents. Like, forget about the Joker. That's a mental illness, right? Like, the mental illness that the Joker is experiencing is like right on your nose. It's like you look at that guy and you're like, that guy's got a mental illness. For sure. We should probably do something about that guy. The mental illness that Batman is experiencing is way more subtle. And the only reason he's getting away with it for as long as he does is because we're all just like, yeah, but he's rich. And look at him, he's beating up people with mental illnesses. And we don't like those people. But he's quote unquote functional. Is he functional? Is he though? Like, take a look at how much shit he needs to enable his fantasy. Like, most disabled people are cool with like a wheelchair or a cane, right? Crutches. A seeing eye dog, right? There's like some kind of tool, right? A hug here and there, maybe. Batman needs like a jet. He needs like a nuclear powered car. Like, it's not enough for him to have a car. It's got to be like a thermonuclear submarine car. Yeah, it's the vigilante fantasy. It's the Nazi fantasy, right? That we can go round up whoever we like and beat the shit out of them because we say so. Right? And of course, the Batman villains are so cartoonishly ridiculous that most people really won't argue the point. Although, as I age and go back and look at some of these characters, I'm like, no, the villain was right, and Batman was objectively wrong. It happens more often than you think. Like, Poison Ivy wants to kill a billionaire because he murdered a tribe of people, ethnically cleansing the land so he could burn down the Amazon forest to grow crops there. So Poison Ivy's like, this guy should die. And Batman's like, no, the justice system will prevail. And it's like, the guy owns the justice system. What are you talking about? It's like this moment where I was just like, Poison Ivy should kill that guy. And that's absolutely correct. These nighttime drug users are ruining my city. Batman was decent for that. Actually, sort of classic archetypes, a bit more interesting. Spider-Man villains have that too sometimes. See, I actually like Spider-Man a lot. I think Spider-Man is the one superhero that I'm still willing to kind of to back a little bit because he's a child. To me, I think that makes it fair game. You know what I mean? Like, he's a boy. And the way that he acts and the way that he does things and the way that he interacts with the environment around him, it's like, yeah, you're a boy. Like, you don't know better. You're just doing whatever. Like, he's not telling his parents. He's keeping it a secret. He's going out at night and fighting some bad guys, getting into scrappy trouble, right? Still trying to get the girl to like him. Oh man, I gotta go. I'm late. But Doc Ock is causing problems, right? So it's got that like I feel like what Spider-Man captures is the chaotic intensity of being a teenager in a city. That that the superheroism is like fulfilling this fantasy of young people to do something mysterious and cool that is of benefit that maybe you won't get credit for, but at least you knew, right? That it was a cool thing to do. And the vigilante fantasy for sure is in there, but it's all tied up in the ethos and the life of like a 15-year-old. And so I'm just like, yeah, that makes sense. Once you start getting into like, I'm a middle-aged man with $100 billion. I'm like, I don't think you can maintain that anymore. I think you gotta break up with that idea. pretty firm, pretty hard. And like, it's sort of weird. Like, I understand that when I was 15 and like creeping into my early 20s, I get why like, yeah, Batman, yeah, Iron Man, yeah. But if you're still like 40, like walking around talking about this shit, boy howdy, man. Like, boy howdy, dude. It's time to put the mantle down. Like, it's time to criticize your heroes, man. It's time to look at them and be like, oh yeah, dude, like, I don't know if this is such a good thing for me to be upholding anymore. Like, I'm not a little kid anymore. Like, Batman needs therapy, dude. Like, Batman needs to sit down with a therapist. And Batman, you know what Batman really needs to do? You know what Batman would really need? This would be a great, like, final Batman comic, right? I've had this idea for a long time, which is have a Batman comic where the Joker is actually cured. And I don't mean the Joker's faking that he's actually cured, and then it's like a ruse and he pulls the rug out from under Batman, and then the Batman is like vindicated. Joker is cured, and he's just living in Gotham now, completely cured. And Batman can't believe it, and so he just continuously hounds let's call him Arthur, because that's the name of Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. He just continuously hounds Arthur over and over and over again. And it's just this exploration of, like, why are you continuously showing up, Bruce? Like, why are you continuously coming around, Bruce? Why are you here? Why do you need the Joker? Why do you need the Joker to be here? Why is it bad for Batman to lose the Joker? And that finally, the final kind of landing point for the whole thing is that if the Joker is well, and if the Joker is cured, and if people like the Joker can be well and can be cured, then the ethos of the Batman completely dies. That Batman only lives so long as crime never sleeps. That Batman hinges on vengeance. Batman hinges on there being some crime to solve or some evil that exists persistently. But what happens if the evil gets better? And that ultimately the story drives itself towards Bruce's recognition that he really needs to just forgive himself, that the grief that he has been having is not only for the loss of his family, but also because of that sense of powerlessness, that he could not have stopped it, that he wants to stop it, but he can't stop it. And so he needs to forgive himself. And then that would be the last Batman comic, would be Batman finally forgiving himself. And then using his money for something worthwhile. Build an orphanage or something, dude. Like, help some people. Do something worthwhile. Stop buying bat jets and shit. Like, one of the things that you'll really notice about superheroes, and I really noticed it when it was pointed out to me, is that they have no personal projects. That they essentially live in stasis. That Superman, you would think, could do all kinds of cool shit in his downtime. Right? But he doesn't. Right? He just basically bums around. He's a journalist, I guess. So he's just doing some journalism. Right? Like Bruce Wayne, instead of actually doing something worthwhile with his billions of dollars when he's not putting on a bat suit, like, he just does nothing. He's an inert status quo force. It's only when something comes along to threaten the status quo that they activate. And then they eliminate the threat that's threatening the status quo and then return things to the status quo under the assumption that what's happening now is truth and justice and the American way. And this is full goodness. This is the best that we can do 100%. Can't critique the city. Can't critique the society. Right? Like, Superman's never going to go beat up Donald Trump. Right? Like, Superman's never gonna, like, show up at Congress and be like, you guys are obviously criminals. Hey, I think this whole system is just corrupt. Like, I just don't think there's anything valid here. Like, this isn't democracy. It's obviously a fraud show. Very clearly. Right? Like, Superman's not even getting Clark Kent to write, like, exposés. Superman's not even exposing the corruption within the electoral system. Right? Like, he's such a status quo figure that the assumption behind him, the underlying society that he's there to protect, is never questioned. Ever. Like, the stories that we're currently telling about Superman are things like Homelander or Invincible, right? Where our conception of a Superman is that he's actually a psycho. And that's the story that we're telling. Because we don't dare to tell a story about a good Superman who is trying to live in a society full of truth and justice, because you would inherently have to tell a story that's hypercritical of your own nation and of the corruption that therein lives there. And you'd basically have to have Superman show up at the president's house and be like, sup? What are we doing here, champ? Why are you intentionally destroying the economy? Hey, you see all this homelessness? You should do something about that. No, I'm Superman. You should definitely do something about that. Like, we'll never see that story. Because the people who are writing these characters are writing first and foremost that the society is the end of history, things are pristine and perfect as they are. And that heroes just exist to defend that and nothing else. JT writes, I wonder what that commie Superman is like. Probably less than ideal. You're talking about Red Sun? Red Sun was straight up. I have absolutely no problem saying that it was Nazi propaganda. I think what they did in Superman Red Sun. So for those who don't know, Superman Red Sun is a what if kind of one-off comic where they ask the question, what if Superman Kal-El landed in Soviet Russia instead of Kansas, right? Pretty interesting idea, actually. Pretty interesting idea. So it's like 1940, right? He lands in Soviet Russia. Or like 1930, whatever, it doesn't matter. So the first major, I actually consider it a crime, what they did. Like, I genuinely think that people should be arrested for what they did, which is that they omitted the Nazis. Like, the Nazis were just omitted. Total omission. Not just the omission of Hitler, not just the omission of like key Nazi moments, but the entire movement of Nazism, as well as like Germany, were just completely 100% omitted from the story. So all they focus on is how evil the big bad Stalin is. And the evil that he does is nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. It's just cartoonish garbage. And so, and the crime that he commits is that what he does is he enslaves people in underground mines that are coated with lead, so Superman can't see through the lead to find the slave caverns. That's and Superman confronts him, and Stalin's like, we have to do what's right for the glory of the Soviet Union. And you're like, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, it doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. Like, you have a Superman. You've seen this guy, right? Hey, Soups, we need some iron. Superman be like, yeah, I got you. There's all the iron you could possibly ever want. What are you doing? Like, what's the story, Wishbone? Like, to take the time to layer lead into the caverns in the first place so that Superman couldn't see the people you're forcing into the mines and enslaving in the mines, it would have taken less resources and been faster and easier to just say to Superman, hey, can you get us some iron? Or, hey, can you recruit some people who will go into the mine? No, it's gotta be slavery. Stalin was evil. And we have no alternative foil because we literally omitted the Nazis. World War II? That's not a thing. Never happened. This is a Cold War story. And so Superman takes over the Soviet Union and then like immediately makes like a communist paradise. And the only criticism they actually have towards Superman is, you've made a society that has no freedom of choice. And somehow, my favorite part about the whole story is that Lex Luthor in America is like the counterfoil. He's like the guy that's trying to take out, he's the Nazi trying to take out Superman. And at one point he creates a Superman clone, right? He creates a Superman clone from Superman's DNA that he hyperjacks up so much and infuses with so much energy that during the fight he has with Superman, the clone just burns himself out. Like, this is a demon you've created. This is like a hellish nightmare that you're throwing at Superman, who more or less is just chilling. He hasn't done anything wrong. He's just there. He's just a commie. So it's okay, I guess. And then at the end of the story, the best part is after Lex does this like obvious Nazi shit, he becomes the president of the United States. And that somehow America returns to like its former glory and is able to challenge the Soviet Union somehow. Like, the story is so full of like obvious plot holes, obvious gaps, and is so obviously like pro-Nazi propaganda. Omit the Nazis, make Lex Luthor essentially a Nazi, and then make him the hero of the story. Like, anti-commies are so confidently wrong. Yeah. I mean, Nazis usually are. I don't really go for this anti-communism line. Just call yourself a Nazi. Have some goddamn cojones. Like, have some real balls, man. Like, these people that are walking around being like, I'm not a Nazi, I'm an anti-communist. I just stand for everything the Nazis stood for. Have some balls. Like, have some goddamn stones. Actually stand up for your convictions. And believe in the thing that you say you believe in. Right? Like, I don't want the working class to be happy. I want them to be miserable, working within a hierarchy that punishes them. You're a fucking Nazi. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, dude. Superman Red Son absolutely pissed the shit out of me, dude. I was so mad. Like, just from a basic, like, historical, like, it's like, this is a bit of a sideways turn, but it's absolutely the truth. The Queen biopic that they made this Queen biopic, right? But none of the things that happened in the movie actually happened. So they just like made up a story like loosely based around the characters of the Queen people. And I'm like, why? Why should I bother wasting my time with this movie that isn't about the people? Like, if I'm going to sit down and watch a biopic, I want to feel like I can walk out of there and be like, wow, that was interesting to capture the actual thing that happened. But instead, they're just like giving you these distorted hallucinationary versions of this. And I'm just like, why? Don't you want to be enriched? Don't you want to walk out of there feeling like Man, the next time I hear Queen, I feel like I'm going to know something about those guys. No, instead it's just like this fairy tale bullshit. I just don't. But people keep paying for it. That's the absolute worst part. That's why I think that what happened to Snow White is the best thing ever. Collapse this shit, dude. Collapse all of this shit. Get rid of these people. Get rid of this live action remake garbage. Stop watching Disney shit. Just stop watching Disney shit. Stop watching Star Wars, stop watching Marvel, stop watching Disney, right? Go watch literally anything else. Go watch an hour-long YouTube compilation of people shooting baskets. Like do literally anything else with your time and money. Cuz like they're just going to keep making these low-quality, absolute shitty garbage ass bullshit movies that essentially exist to try to convince you that your servitude is actually good. Like your rulers are people too, you know. Like, it wasn't that long ago that everybody understood if there was a rich person in the story, that rich person was the villain. Like, it wasn't that long ago that, like, if there was a corporate boss in the story, everybody understood almost immediately that that guy's a villain. And we're supposed to not like that guy. It's just all of a sudden now we're all supposed to be like, no, the billionaire's a good guy, actually. He's working on the side of truth and justice. Absolutely. His private military force is for our benefit, really. Eggs writing, people are on Snow White for the wrong reasons, though. What reasons do you think they're getting on it? Like, I've heard the Rachel's, like, people are shitting on the lady that played Snow White because she said free Palestine. I've heard that line, but I don't think that that's credible. I think that's just something that the shitty producers are saying because their movie did shittily, because it's a shitty movie. Like, you really just need to look at it. And you're just like, yeah, this movie sucks. Like, can I tell you, dude, like, the thing that really makes me feel like revulsion and that I really hate about that movie, and I have no problem saying it, is they CGI'd the dwarves. I'm just like, nah. Like, I'm barely okay with them CGIing the animals. Like, and I'm barely okay with it because, you know, shit's hard. Like, it's hard to make animals do the shit you want them to do. And there's, like, human rights or animal rights concerns, and there's all this kind of stuff, right? So I'm like, okay. CGI the animals, right? Okay. And, like, if you've got, like, a magical character, like a little teacup, right? Like a talking candlestick. So, yeah, okay, I see where you're coming from. A genie, you know? Oh, yeah, all right. Okay, here's a character. All he is a human, but shorter. Okay. Got a lot of those kicking around. I bet that 7 guys would have absolutely loved the paycheck. Would have absolutely been like, yeah, let's go. And I can think of, like, offhand, 3 guys that would have been absolutely great to get. There's a I'm blanking on his name all of a sudden, but there's a comedian who, he's absolutely wonderful. He's hilarious as a comedian. He would have been a great dopey, dude. And that could have really made his whole career, frankly. And really, like the dwarves are supposed to be like the centerpiece of the piece, right? You could have really made all your promotional material around these guys. Instead, you just get this, like, empty, vacuous, inhuman-looking, terrifying-looking group of nothing that you don't care about at all. Like, and they're completely dehumanized. To me, that's the thing that's like, ugh. And the fact that it's all justified because, Peter Dinklage said so? I'm just like, shut up. Like, what a fucking loser this guy turned out to be. Like, you basically just took paychecks away from 7 people who are in exactly your position, and you probably did it because Disney didn't want to pay. It's probably that simple. Disney was just like, can we get it justified so that we can CGI these guys on the cheap? Yeah, don't have to pay union prices for CGI characters. I think that's really what it boiled down to. And it just ended up being like gross. And it is gross. They're gross looking. They're dehumanized. To me, I think that's really the bottom line. It's like you're basically saying, yeah, little people, we can just, they're not people. They're like fairy critters. We could just CGI them. We don't need to pay 7 actors, right? We don't need to actually find the talent that definitely exists. Like, I gotta show this guy because I'm just forgetting. Little person comedian Brad Williams. This guy, Brad Williams, should have been Dopey 100%. This guy is a brilliant comedian. Brad Williams, absolutely brilliant comedian. If you want to see a really excellent comedian, you want to look up Brad Williams. He talks about being a little person, obviously, like it's a big part of his life. And he's so open and he's so honest and he's so brave. Like, I respect him so much for what his act is and what he does and how he presents himself. And he would have been put this guy in the role of Dopey, put a camera on this guy as the role of Dopey, create all of this promotion on him because he's a hilarious, beautiful comedian and an actor and an artist. This guy could have been on the same kind of hype train as somebody like, as someone as, what's his stupid name? Kevin. You guys know who I'm talking about. Kevin. Why? I want to say Kevin Smith, and that is wrong. Kevin. And you could have filled in you could have found 6 more. You could have had like Danny DeVito as Doc, right? Like you could have, or as like, for God's sakes, you could have had Peter Dinklage as Grumpy. I think that would have been such an amazing cast. Just such an amazing casting choice is Peter Dinklage as Grumpy. For sure. And just had these 7 dudes being just amazing actors and being like amazing characters in this film. And then that would have meant that all of the other shit that you were cheaping out on, like costumes. Like costumes were so cheaped out on. It's crazy how cheaped out on they were. Or like, acting lessons for Gal Gadot. Singing lessons for Gal Gadot. Why was Gal Gadot in this role? Like, I'm sure that there are a bunch of beautiful singers. No, not Kevin Bacon. It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson and Kevin Bleh in the next thing you've seen. And I'm not talking about like Kevin Hart. Jesus Christ. I cannot believe I forgot. Like Kevin Hart has that same kind of like high energy performance. That's his thing, where he exists at this high level kind of staccato type of existence, and that's how Brad Williams is as well. I really love that about him, and he's such a good performer. And when they announced this film, I immediately thought to myself, "Oh, Brad Williams would kill. This guy would kill in this role, and it would make his career. It could be and that's the thing that pisses me off so much, dude, is that they had this opportunity to create some careers and to really elevate some people, some little people. Find 7 of them. Like, that's an enormous number of little people. And to put them into positions, or get Willow. Get Willow to be Doc. Like, for real. So you got Willow as Doc, you got Peter Dinklage as Grumpy, you got Brad Williams as Dopey, right? And what's that leave you with? That leaves you with Happy, Sneezy, Sleepy, and Bashful. And like I feel like you can find 4 dudes to do that. Like, you've already got your star power, you've already got like your big names in there, and they're already like there. Right? And those are the 3 kind of bigger characters of the dwarves. And they just didn't. And they didn't for exactly the reason why Ong said so, because they cheaped out. Because they know that they can just shit this trash out and people will gobble it up. They know that we'll just... and they know that we'll like put money on the table to go watch shit we hate. That's when I really gave up on our culture, dude. Like, when I think about moments where I was just like, bye to this culture, like this culture is like pearls before swine. We're literally going to watch movies. We're spending money to go to the theater to watch something that we know we will hate. We know it's going to be bad. We know we're not going to like it. We know we're going to shit on it. And we do it anyway. What do you think is going to happen? They're just going to keep making shitty movies. They're just going to keep making shitty stuff. Like, stop spending your money on this shit. It's just crazy to me. Like, I remember I went and saw the second Star Wars film in the trilogy, right? In the new trilogy. Where they absolutely betray Luke Skywalker. And I remember that was actually the moment when I said I'm never going to watch another Star Wars movie. And I think Disney, was that the last Disney as well? It was at least Star Wars. I said to myself, I'm never coming back to see Star Wars in theaters ever again. I'm never going to pay for Star Wars ever again. After what they did in that second movie. And then people went and saw the third one. And all I ever saw of the third one was the starting crawl where it came up. And the line was, somehow Palpatine has returned. And people in the theater literally groaned and booed. They were just like, oh, because it's so bad. Like, you are so obviously out of ideas. Somehow, Palpatine has returned. And we're all just supposed to be like, what? The Palpatine has returned? Like, just garbage. Total dreck. They paid for it. You got what you paid for. And we just keep going back to this trough. And we just keep doing it. But, like, nostalgia bait, like, at this point, can we even call it nostalgia bait? Because it's just like, the only one of these remakes I ever thought got it right, ever, was actually Cinderella. And that was one of the really, really early ones. Yeah, here, this is your innovation, exactly. And the reason why the Cinderella remake really worked, I felt, is because, first of all, the story is so simple. Like, you can't really deviate. The only real deviations they made were they gave the prince some lines to make him kind of a person, right? He wasn't just like, I'm your icon because I'm rich and handsome. They actually like made him a kind guy too. So I was like, cool. The prince has a personality. I can take that. But really, like, the whole thrust of Cinderella as like why it was a good movie is because the sets and costumes were so amazing. And that's really it. Like, the whole movie is just a feast for the eyes. You're just watching beautiful dresses and magic happening and fairies. And the plot is just a straight arrow. It's just no messing around, no additional shit. You don't need to put a bow on this. You don't need to put a hat on a hat. Just beautiful dresses all the way down. And I was like, I'm down. I'm here for that. Let's go. And they did it. Maleficent was killed or whatever. She went away. I was like, great. Mission accomplished. And then like everything after that, like Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin was actually the moment where I gave up on the live action remakes. I remember now. I went to see Beauty and the Beast in theater, and I thought that it was bad, because it was. That they might as well have just done a rescreening of the original Beauty and the Beast. I would have been much happier with that. And then I didn't even watch Aladdin in theater. I downloaded it and watched it, and it was so hard to watch. I remember how mad I was watching that movie because it was so obvious that they had cheaped out on everything. Like the scene that really pisses me off to this day. So right near the beginning, there's a great musical number. Gotta keep one step ahead of the bread line. I don't know what the title of that is, but it's Aladdin's first song, and he's running around the streets of Agrabah trying to avoid capture by guards, right? And the scene is just full of action and parkour, and like in the original, it's really dynamic and energetic, right? There's so much in there, and so Disney, like, it would be very challenging. It'd be challenging to do, and instead of actually doing the scene, they just kind of had some lame, like, he did a backflip once kind of stuff. Like, very hokey and small and minimal, right? And the entire time I was watching it, I was like, you guys have Jackie Chan's number. You guys have worked with Jackie Chan in the past. You guys know that Jackie Chan is the number one stunt team in the business. Like, you want a bunch of guys doing some crazy parkour. You want a bunch of guys doing some absolutely amazing acrobatics, some crazy stunts, and some amazing combat. You know exactly who to call. And you just didn't. And after that scene, I just could not stop seeing how shitty it was. I just couldn't stop seeing how obvious it was that the director was constantly just like looking at what he had just filmed going, good enough, move on. And then I couldn't stop seeing Will Smith talking to his agent. Like, anytime Will Smith was on screen, I just imagined the cut being called and then him like lifting the phone that was still in his hand, right? So it was like, hey, yeah, what are we doing next week? We've got a good meeting on that. Oh, hold on one second. You ain't never had a friend like me. Yeah, so next week? Okay, yeah, next week? Great, thanks. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Why don't we... Like, that's what it felt like. That's the whole movie. And it's just like, nah, I'm out, bro. Like, I'm out. Like, it's so disrespectful. It's disrespectful to the audience. It's disrespectful to your own company. It's disrespectful to the industry. It's disrespectful to artistry. There's no level on which a company like Disney should be shitting this stuff out and we should be eating it. Like, we should abandon this company en masse. Like, millions of us should just stop watching what they produce. Stop going to Disneyland, stop buying their shitty products, stop watching their shitty movies, stop showing their shitty stuff to your kids, right? You're just making your kids have a shittier experience. If you have to show them Disney stuff, show them the older stuff. If you can't help yourself. Yeah, pure lazy money grab, cynical as hell. Well, and you just like, but you can see, it's like, do we really need like a 10th Pirates of the Caribbean? Like, do we really need this? Like, is it super important to us that we're going to go see like yet another one of these goddamn Pirate of the Caribbean movies? But, you know, I just feel like there does come a point where like there is enough people who are stuck in that rut and don't really care if it sucks, you know, that they really are just willing to go in there, sit down, listen to some songs and see some pretty colors and just go home. Like I just really do think it is that way, where their standards are so low, and because Disney owns like 80% of the market, like what else are you going to do? Right? Like it really is just like go watch a Disney movie or go watch nothing. Like if you want to go to the theater and you want to see something like fun and colorful and bright and full of music, right? And whimsy, it's this or nothing. Because Disney owns the market. Like there's your fucking capitalist innovation. That it's actually capitalism, right? Like it's monopolists monopolizing the market and then degrading the quality of the product because nobody can actually compete with them. And if people did begin competing with them, they just buy them out or crush them, literally. So what do you end up with? You just end up with this shitty culture that's in decay, where they absolutely slaughter and butcher your childhood in front of you, right? Like we say, like nostalgia bait, but like it's kind of the opposite to me. It's like watching them ritualistically sacrifice my childhood in front of me. It's like taking the good memories that I had, and then attaching this garbage to it and saying, yeah, this is part of it now. This absolute ghoulish zombie. It's like, I love my grandmother, but if they dug my grandmother up and then reincarnated her as a zombie and put her in front of me, I wouldn't be happy about it. And they're like, but it's your grandma. Don't you love your grandma? No, she's green now. You're just being racist. There's nothing wrong with a green grandmother. AI grandma is going to be a service. Actually, has sort of already happened. Ghoulish. Yeah, it is ghoulish. Like it's inhuman. There's something inherently demonic about what's happening now. Like, I know that I'm using like supernatural terms or like religious terms, but like it is a death cult that we're experiencing. And like it's demonic what's happening. That like they're genuinely going to try to convince you that fantasy voices you're talking to on the phone are more important than your mom. Aang writes, well, to be fair, that media was never ours to begin with. We were just given an EULA to watch. Yeah. I mean, this ties into my feelings surrounding like copyright law. Like, I think copyright law is the death of culture. Like, culture needs to be able to replicate itself. And the only way, like this is just Hegelian dialectics, right? That the only way culture replicates itself is through criticism, right? So one thing is stated, another thing is stated in contrast to that thing. And then another thing is stated in contrast to that, and another thing is stated in contrast to that. And that process continues forever. And that's how cultures develop, and that's how societies develop, and that's how civilizations grow. And the capitalists came along and put a little shunt in between that process and said, you're not actually allowed to more seriously critique this, right? You can talk about it. You can have a conversation about it with your friends and family, but you can't actually replicate it through criticism. Right? Like you can't do another iteration of this, but different. Right? If you do that, We'll send a legal team against you. We'll send our armed thugs against you. So it's literally the forced death of culture. And that it's only after decades, like 80 years, like a full human lifetime, that a person is allowed to take it and then reframe it and criticize it. Like, you know what film I'd love to see done again? Is Citizen Kane. I think that Citizen Kane really captured something that we need to recapture in modern media, which is that the rich are psychopaths, and their motivations are childish. Like, I think that Elon Musk's story perfectly fits into the mold of Citizen Kane. Like, Kane's entire ambition throughout the film is sort of unclear. You're not really sure what motivates and drives this guy. That he clearly wants to be a prominent public figure, and he clearly wants to wield power, and he clearly wants to do something. And in the end, you find out that it was all because of this fucking sled. That it was such a childish ambition that drives him towards this incredible thing. And in my view, that's exactly who Elon Musk is. Like, somebody asked the other day on just some subreddit somewhere, I think it was a meme, and it was just the question, what more could these billionaires possibly want? Right? And I immediately thought to myself, their father's love. That the thing that is very clearly in my mind driving Elon Musk forward is the fact that his father was a ghoul. And that he hasn't known a single moment of affection from his father. And that it is the wish of every boy and every man that his father is proud of him. That his father respects him, and that his father will say that, I love you. And I'm glad that you are doing the things that you are doing. And Elon Musk has never once experienced that in his life. His father is a ghoul. The only time Errol, I believe his name is Errol Musk, says anything about Elon in public, it's to insult him. And like, so Elon has always just grabbed on to power and grabbed on to this thing because then maybe daddy will love me. And that's always the way it is. And then I can imagine he goes through a rebellious phase. He's like, I don't need that shit. I'm better. I'm bigger. I don't need his adulation. I don't need his love. I don't need his respect. I don't need any of that. And yeah, all his close relationships fall apart. Right? Because he just never and you listen to his mom talk. His mom is a witch. Like, and not a nice one. Like, so he's being raised by like these vampiric ghouls who have no emotions, who clearly do not try to like hug him or give him any love. Right? Like, I bet you he has a closer relationship with his nanny. Right? I bet it do be like that. And so I just imagine this story of a man who wants to go to Mars. Right? And I actually have like an A-line, B-line in mind. Like the man who wants to go to Mars. And he's just destroying everything around him to do it. Like literally the entire ecosystem, the entire society, his friends, his family, like literally everybody, just destroying everything. And the rocket fires. And he's going towards Mars. And he's left nothing but total ruin behind him. And as he's going towards Mars on his rocket ship, he just screams, "How do you like me now, Dad? How do you like me now?" Credits. And like the other B story is like his compatriot or his partner. And he's literally just like ethnically cleansing a society off of a beachfront property. Just straight up like carpet bombing everything around. And the entire movie is him just going around talking to the people who are doing it. But everything that he's talking about has nothing to do with the ethnic cleansing itself. It's always about how does he look? What is his perception in the polls? What do people think of him? This would be a great place to put a building. This would be a great place to put a hotel. They're literally like chopping off the heads of people in the background. Just ethnic cleansing. Just straight up naked right in front of you. And then finally, at the end of the movie, he's standing on the balcony of the shitty hotel that he built. And he's presenting his wife. Like his wife comes and stands at the top of the balcony. And she looks out. And she's like, "It's not as good as Venice." And that's it. JT writes, young Elon got into it with some kids at his school. He ended up getting kicked down some stairs, almost died. His dad just showed indifference. Yeah. No, I don't like... Once you cross a certain threshold of wealth, I do think you lose your capacity to have empathy. I just don't think you can have it anymore. I don't think it exists anymore inside of you. Top of the world, ma, like James Cagney on White Heat. But I think the thing that I would want to capture in a film like that is how pathetic these guys actually end up being. And for all of our talk about profit motive, like, to me, that's why saying the profit motive is so offensive. Like, oh no, people are only motivated by profits. It's like, no, they're not. Like, getting money is a way to deflect away from the things that people actually are pursuing, right? That, like, money might help you get the thing, but really people are motivated by three things, which is power, love, and vengeance. And Elon Musk is just on a vengeance trip. It's not even about power anymore for him. It's just vengeance. And it's so pathetic because he's just got like almost nothing to be vengeful over. Right? That's what makes him a very pathetic figure. That he has all the power in the world. He's got an overwhelming amount of power. There's like literally nothing he can't get. And anything that he desires is at his fingertips. And really all he wants is somebody to love him. And nobody does. Because he's like this unloved billionaire. And he doesn't quite understand that the money is the problem. Like, it turns out that you genuinely can't buy love. That's sort of its great allure and paradox. It's one of the great, like, paradox of reality. That people think that money will buy them happiness, but it cannot buy love. It just can't. And so he has all this power, and it's not delivering. And so now he's just taking it out on the world and on his own children. You see how he treats his trans daughter. Like, and he's going on like a public tour talking about like the woke mind virus when he has a trans daughter. Like, this is vengeance. Like, this is vengeance. And what he is vengeful for is that there are things outside of his reach. He doesn't have control over everything. He can't make his dad love him. He can't make his daughter not trans. Like, and even worse, and I actually think this is fundamentally true, people like Musk and Bezos and all these guys, they know they're going to die, right? Peter Thiel is the one that's the most outspoken about this, because his whole shtick is that he wants immortality. Like, literally like the elves in Lord of the Rings kind of shit. And he's talked about it widely and openly. But they know they're going to die. And they actually genuinely believe that if they're going to die, then they're going to take the force that's killing them with them. Like, I think that they're trying to destroy reality because reality is going to destroy them. And that's the fundamental motivation for what all of these guys do. They want to destroy it back. And they're arrogant enough to believe that they can. Because reality exists exclusively for them and no one else. You're just an NPC. And what frustrates them is when you don't act like an NPC. Like, a rebellious trans daughter must be incredibly infuriating to somebody who thinks that should be my good son, my NPC son, who does what he's told. Dude, when we finally start making movies about these guys, when we finally start making movies about Elon Musk and Donald Trump, like when they're dead, which, God willing, sooner rather than later, and we finally start making movies about these guys, they're just gonna be embarrassing. It's just gonna be like, you just know that somebody is gonna try to make a movie about Donald Trump that's like triumphant, right? Like, you just know, like, the mega crowd is going to try to make a film about Donald Trump that has like triumph and glory on it. And I'm looking forward to it. I got to tell you, I'm looking forward to watching this just absolute dirtbag movie about this cartoon character version of Donald Trump that never existed, where they're just like telling all of these enormous lies about who Donald Trump was and what he was trying to do. And I'm super, super looking forward to whatever like slogan they give Trump. You know, like every story needs to have some kind of slogan based lesson. What shitty slogan based lesson are they going to have come out of Donald Trump's mouth? Something he never once said, but they want to attribute to him. I'm so looking forward to it. It's going to be so good. And like Elon Musk, the movie, right? A movie about Jeff Bezos. Just these absolute total shitbag dirtbags. We're just like boring assholes who were just in the right spot at the right time. Like, I loved that movie about, I forget the name of it, but it was about the making of BlackBerry. And the guy who plays Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia plays the main character. And he's just a total psycho. Like, just an absolute psychopath the whole time. And I'm like, you're nailing the shit out of this, dude. Just somebody who's just like so full of anger and rage and can never be happy. Like, there's just no happiness there. And to ultimately like lose, like, he's got all of this anger and all of this rage, and he ultimately loses because iPhone takes over the market.
JT writes, interesting. I may watch that then. He seems like a well-read person in interviews. To me, I think the thing that really elevated his performance was that character, that kind of psycho style character, is a character he's been developing for a decade. That character of Dennis, through It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, he's just steadily been curating and like building and finessing and finding new ways to express his like obvious psychopathy. And it's pretty clear that at some point along the way he did decide that Dennis is a psychopath. Like, he just did decide that, and he just went with it, and it's just who he is. And so the boldness and the bravery for him to actually have the bald head, like the shaved head, and then essentially be at a higher level. He is at a higher level. But that character, it really, really, really worked for that film. And then to have Jay kind of be his foil, really helped out too. Because Jay's like this really soft-spoken, like not aggressive guy at all, who's like this hippy-dippy kind of loser guy, kind of attached to this. But it's 100% his performance. Like, if somebody tried to tell me about this movie, I don't think I would care about it. But it's 100% his performance really elevates it and elevates the story into a much more interesting place. Like, because like, why should I care about the making of BlackBerry? Like, I don't give a shit about that. Like, why do I care? But he creates this really believable, really human character that really, just by his presence and performance, really shines a light and says, hey, should we be empowering these people? Do you think a guy like this should be successful? Do you think it's a good thing that we have a system that says to these guys, hey, you can thrive. You can thrive and succeed. Like, I just imagine like a capitalist watching this movie and being like, yeah, he's really fighting. And that reminds me of a movie that I want to see, which is the story of McDonald's with Michael Keaton. What's that one called? The Businessman? I forget. Michael Keaton plays the guy who popularizes McDonald's. And it like tells the story of that fellow and that character and how kind of like underhanded and nefarious he was. Like that's kind of the thing that's coming out of America, you know, is like we're telling all of these stories about these it's The Founder. That's the name of it. I should just go get that right now. I think that'd be a good one to watch. And we're telling all of these stories about institutions that exist in our society. And the stories that are coming out about these guys, like The Founder, for example, is a good one, is that these people are shitbags. Like, we're just constantly seeing like, oh my God, like these guys are crazy. These guys are out of their minds. Like, I'm sure that if they actually told a story and made the movie of Sam Walton, everybody would be aghast by it. Like, Sam Walton was a piece of shit. And yet we're all just like beholden to him and his family forever. It's crazy. And I feel like as the decay settles in and as the decay becomes broader and more serious, we're going to see more of these kinds of stories take hold, where the institutions that we've been relying on and the figures within those institutions, we're going to see these stories and just be like, oh my God, why did we ever go along with this? Propaganda's this thing, baby. Propaganda's a thing. Well, we've reached the end of this one, guys. That's a 6-hour cast. Little under. Yeah. Thanks for being here. You guys are great, as always. How many bands did I do today? I did 4 bands today. It's about average, actually. Oh, well. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.